Said I was a footnote, background noise, a misfit, unimportant, too loud. Funny how that turned to kismet. Me and my truth, we sit real still, no sirens, let them scream in the daylight. Truth don't need alignment. I didn't want the headline, I saw the pattern. Opening my mouth made the whole room shatter. Try to keep it measured, flashing warning signs. Every time I spoke the truth, they called it crossing lines. I stayed out of the spotlight, studied every thread. Watched the story bend while they counted what I said. Never chased a platform, never begged the crowd. I was mapping all the quiet while they weaponized the loud. Not a drunk, but you can call me Boozey. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Daily in the gym, yeah, I build this body, but don't confuse the muscle with the mind inside me. Got the ladies watching when I teach that beauty, but the real flex is knowing exactly who I'm proving is deeper than loot, deeper than likes. I'm sharpening language, intellect precise, full play, firm lines, boundaries set. I light my soul up, I don't need their respect. While they were locked, standing lines, marching in bold lies. I was face down, boxed in, hit from all sides. If they look beneath the noise, they see I never wanted fame, just wanted pat on the scene. Not a drunk, but you can call me Boozey. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Snakes in the grass slithering in my phone. I walked out clean when the silence hit home. Diamond in the rough, no filter, no scene. Funny how the dirtiest hands claim pristine. Not a drunk, but you can call me Boozey. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. You can call me Boozey. Raising back on rising beauty. I'm here, now you finally see. Say it right, Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty.
Hello, welcome in, welcome in. We had an interesting hearing yesterday in a Norfolk County case that I haven't spoken about too much. So now I'm all flabbergasted, chat. Welcome to the live. Well, welcome. This is live. This is like, no, keep it. That's character, Nunya says. Let me get off of this banner and we will get going. So like I said, I went to a hearing yesterday in the Dedham courthouse, which you all probably know from the Karen Reed trials. And if you are new here, welcome. I go by the username Boozey Beauty, where we just kind of roll with the punches because that's what happens around here. Thank you for being patient with me. If you want replay crew and live chat, thank you for being kind and letting me know for 5 minutes straight that I was on mute. I love this for me. So anyways, Norfolk County, what are we known for? Well, the two Karen Reed trials, the murder investigation of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, as well as the murder of Sandra Birchmore, that Norfolk County's attorney's office, they're still saying that's a self-unaliving when actually it's federal investigators who are saying, no. Sandra was murdered and they actually arrested a police officer who they believe did so. So yeah, go figure. This hearing that I went to yesterday is in a case for Myles King. Now, he is the defendant in this case. And go figure, when the the victim died, Marquis Simmons, it was around the same time as John O'Keefe and Sandra Birchmore. It was actually kind of right in the middle. So when we're talking about police investigations, just know that when I speak about this case, this is quite literally smack dab right in the middle of these two investigations. And it's all of the same names that you guys have probably already heard of before. So this immediately piqued my interest. And then we get to hear some of the Michael Proctor of it all. And yeah, it's a lot. I have a lot of notes. And I can't wait to go through this with you guys because, as you know, I started going to these hearings because it was unclear what was going to be happening with media coverage. And right now in Massachusetts, we do have a pretty large case, the Lindsay Clancy case, which is out of another district. It's Plymouth, but it's right next door to Norfolk County. And unfortunately, the bulk of the media is spending their time over there. So I figured there wasn't going to be much, if anything. What, if anything? Oh man, we're already talking about Adam Lally. It's already happening. But yeah, so I like to go to these hearings. Not sure if media is going to be there or not, but I also get to see the things that the cameras don't pick up, who shows up, and what do their faces look like, and what happens maybe at the sidebars, what I can potentially see that, of course, the cameras don't. So there's a lot, guys. There's a lot we need to talk about. Okay. My replay crew, I love you so much. Thank you for being here and being patient with me. Feel free to fast forward right now if you do choose so. I want to say thank you and apologies to anyone that was in chat that dealt with my muting problem. So let me say hi to some of you guys for being so very patient with me and my technology issues. Hey, Jinxie, Norfolk County is where the mob rests their heads and raises their families. No, that's so sad. That's so sad. I am not part of a mob. Just so you guys know, I am not part of a mob. Hi, Dennis Sweeney. Hello. And Brenda. Hi, Pat Ray. Hello. And V says lollygag and Lally. Oh yeah. He was an interesting watch. I can't wait to go over with you guys. Hi, Allie. Thank you for being here. Oh my God. And Lois' mom's here with the cutest puppy ever. We also have Jerry M. We were practicing lip reading. Yeah, I know. And you know what? Sometimes it just happens. New computer problems, right? Chunky Dunky, did Judge rule on the McCabe's? So I'm going to ask everyone to stay on topic for chat because otherwise I will end up down another rabbit hole. And I've got a lot to go through today. Just Grandma, so excited to actually catch a live with you. Always on Rewatch Crew. Yay! Thank you. Hi, E Chase. Thank you for being the best moderator ever. Okay, I have some friends I need to say hello to. All right. Oh, and Victor, man, what are you saying? Hey, Boozey, don't worry. Even seasoned YouTubers have mute problems. Yeah, I know. I'm in a good crew, right? We're all in this together. All right, let me say hi to some of you guys too. Thank you, Erin Connor, for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much for being here. Feel free to drop all of your favorite member-only emojis in the chat, and members-only live stream is coming soon. Ice Queen, hello. Thank you for the floating heart. Exhibit Alley, we love you even on mute. Thank you so much. Some may prefer me on mute. Some might say that. Thanks, Allie. Romy's like, babe, you're muted. You muted. It only took me 5 minutes to realize. It's funny because like the mic was on and also StreamYard, my platform, was saying I was on, but you know, I guess things just happen sometimes. Ramblin' Rome, thank you so much for the happy boop. Pammers says, oh, member for 2 months. Congratulations. How has it been 2 months? Just love your content, lady. Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun, Pammers, don't you think? I think so. V says, happy Friday. Silent movie Boozey. You know, at least I do a lot with my hands and I bob along. So at least it keeps you guys entertained for a second. Jane Vision, member for 2 months. Yeah. Be a goldfish, Boozey. You got this. I don't know. I kind of want to be like a rainbow fish, you know, or like one of those, I don't know if are they Siamese or Japanese fighting fishes. I used to have those as a kid. Those were a lot of fun. And they did fight a lot. V Kind says, keep on keeping on, Boozey. You are great. Thank you so much, V Kind. Thank you so much. Massborn, thank you for the flower. And V became a member. Yay! Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, guys, like I said, we have so much to go through. I got a lot of notes for us because we have a lot to catch up on. Because I want to bring you guys to where this case started. What are the claims against Myles King, going into Rosemary Scappichio, his main attorney, and then Adam Lally. And then Michael Proctor. Man, it's a lot. It's a lot, guys. So I'm gonna move myself over. Okay, there we go. All right, like I said, I got a lot to cover. So this is a photo of outside of the Dedham Courthouse. So if you guys didn't know what I was talking about with the courthouse, I'm sure you remember now. Like I said, the Karen Reed trials, or maybe more in particular, verdict day, right? When she was found not guilty of murdering her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. So this is outside of the courthouse yesterday before I crossed the street. And it was a beautiful day yesterday. It was so nice out. It wasn't really humid at all. Nice breeze. It was so nice. But like I said, I'm sure you guys remember. You remember this courthouse. Some of you are having flashbacks. And of course, there was an Adam Deitch standout beforehand. I'm getting this photo from Grant Smith Ellis. I'm sure you all are familiar with him now. And just so you know, like media that was there, I wouldn't consider myself media. I'm just a girl that likes to watch these hearings and then talk to you guys about these hearings. But for media, there was Grant, Ted Daniel with Boston 25 News. We all love Ted. If there's anyone that works in the mainstream news like circuit of Boston that does more than just like, the showing up for hearings, talk a little bit and be done. Like Ted, even recently, the last year in particular, has done so much investigative work. And even though he works for more of like a mainstream news outlet, it is nice to see that at least one of them is doing more than what it seems like everyone else is doing. Kind of seems like everyone else is doing right now, like the Lindsay Clancy thing, and just covering that stuff. Whereas I feel like Ted really does go above and beyond. He's doing a lot of stuff with like Massachusetts State Police public records request and things. So shout out to Ted. There was another journalist there, and I don't know who it was. And then there was Channel 7 filming. Oh, no, was that Ted's guy? I think that was actually Ted's guy that was doing the pool camera. Yeah. So that was it for media. That was it. And then there was some boots on the ground. We had the victim's family, a couple of attorneys that you guys may know, and that was it. It really wasn't like this huge crazy thing, which is shocking considering we're talking about Michael Proctor, as well as Adam Lally, who was the ADA on Karen Reed's first trial, and as well was still working in the DA's office for her second trial. So this is the image of the Adam Deitch standout. And of course, I'm going to give you a reminder to my Norfolk County residents to please make sure if you haven't done early voting. I believe it ends today. And then we have our normal election day on September 1st for the primary. So please, if you have time, go and do it now. It takes 2 seconds. You can have me in your ears while you go do it if you haven't already. So that's just a nice little reminder of that. And I also, too, want to show you a picture of Adam Lally so you guys can all remember who Mr. Adam Lally is. Shout out to Grant again for this photo. So actually, should I say this? The hearing today was in the Myles King case, like I said, and it's had recent headlines due to attorney Rosemary Scappichio's motion to dismiss that heavily cited the Michael Proctor texts and not the ones that we heard in the Karen Reed trials. This is coming from his second phone extraction, which occurred in late last summer. So it was actually about a year ago-ish today where that occurred. So that's like all of the other things that we heard. And I'm sure if you know, you know. And if you don't know, I covered it too. So feel free to go and check out my other live streams. Just a forewarning or a trigger warning. It gets pretty heavy what these boys were talking about. these cops in other Canton men. So just a forewarning if you haven't seen him yet. So today's hearing was very important because it was day 2 of Adam Lally's testimony. Oh, what happened? What happened was no. Oh, it's going to be one of those days. It's going to be one of those days. It's one of those days. So this was going to be day 2 in Adam Lally's testimony of the Myles King case. Now, testimony, I'm sure some of you are thinking, is it a trial? No, it's not a trial. It's because there's been a lot of duckery going on with the Myles King case, just like the John O'Keefe investigation and just like Sandra Birchmore's investigation. Now they're doing all of the probing and whatnot to see what happened in the investigation, what happened at the DA's office, and why were some things seemingly not handed over to Myles King and his attorney, Rosemary Scappichio. Hence the reason why they're bringing him ADA Adam Lally, because he is the assistant district attorney that was put on this case. And he testifies actually today or yesterday that it was the first assistant, Lynn Beeland, who put him on this case. Lynn Beeland, who was the first assistant district attorney. So there's all of like the little guys, right? And then there's the main ADA. That was Lynn Beeland. She has since retired from the DA's office. But I always like to remind you guys, that little triangle of the DA's office, you have the main district attorney, Michael Morrissey. You have the right-hand man, Greg Connor, who was the chief trial counsel, which, by the way, he was supposed to be the guy that all these ADAs went to, Lynn Beeland and Greg Connor, if there was any issues. So please just remind yourselves of that when you start hearing of all these cases in the issues in the office. But Lynn Beeland was also the other one. So there's Michael Morrissey, Greg Connor, Lynn Beeland, and then all the other ADAs and the administrators. So, of course, Adam Lally was the ADA on the Myles King case. I'm sure you guys remember him anyways. I feel like the majority of you know him if you watch the Karen Reed trials. There is no way you don't remember who Adam Lally is. Well, what if anything? What if, no, sir, what if nothing? Now, before we get into core of what happened yesterday, I do want to give everyone a quick refresher on who Myles King is and how we got to this point. So, Myles King is on the left-hand side of this photo, and then the victim on the right-hand side is Marquis Simmons. So, Myles King is a Milton man who was charged with the July 2021 murder of 25-year-old Marquis Simmons in Milton, Massachusetts, Norfolk County, of course. According to prosecutors, Simmons was riding a moped on Belvoir, I think it's Belvoir Road, on July 10th, 2021. When he got off of the moped, he was unalived. He was taken to Boston Medical Center, but then later died from his injuries. King was arrested the following day and charged with his unaliving because investigators say that Simmons identified King as the person who unalived him before he ultimately succumbed to his injuries. King was subsequently indicted by a Norfolk County grand jury on first-degree unaliving and several firearms charges. His case was assigned to Norfolk County ADA Adam Lally, and Michael Proctor was the lead investigator. Rosemary Scappichio represents King. And that brings us to the reason why we are here today, friends. The case eventually became embroiled in a major discovery dispute. Scappichio argued that significant evidence had not been turned over to defense, including search warrants and other investigative material. That led to the evidentiary hearings where the court has been examining what the Commonwealth had, what was provided to the defense, and what it was provided, and why certain material was not turned over earlier. Does that sound familiar? Yeah. I'm sure a lot of ideas are going through your heads if you watched either the Karen Reed trials or have heard some of the evidence issues with John O'Keefe's case and Sandra Birchmore's case. It's almost like it's a pattern, right, guys? Now, in June 2025, after the discovery issues came to a head, King's bail was reduced to $10,000, allowing him to be released while awaiting trial. But King would not remain free for long. In May of 2026, so almost a full year later, federal prosecutors announced charges against King as part of a larger federal investigation involving alleged substance trafficking, if you get what I mean. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, King is charged with conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute illegal substances, along with distribution charges. Charges. The federal government alleges that King was involved with members or associates of the, and I've never heard of these guys before, just so you know, I don't even know who these are. Members or associates of the Columbia Point Dogs and Johnston Road gangs. These are allegations, and King is presumed innocent until otherwise proven guilty. Now, the federal charging documents specifically identify King as being on pretrial release for the pending 2021 state unaliving case, where the federal investigation resulted in his arrest. His federal arrest was therefore also an alleged violation of the conditions of his state release. So that is like a very short version of how we got here today. In layman's terms, bulletproof or bullet points. A 2021 Milton murder case, a Norfolk County prosecution, Adam Lally as the original prosecutor, Michael Proctor as the lead investigator, years of litigation over discovery and what was or was not turned over to the defense, King's released on $10,000 bail in 2025, and then a federal substance case that brought him back into custody in 2026. And now, more than 5 years after Marquis Simmons' unaliving, the original prosecution team and the investigation itself are under a microscope as the court continues examining what happened. You guys, you know, looking heavily into the things of this case, and man, I knew it was bad. And then when I started reviewing the previous hearings and I started going over some of the documents, I'm just like, this is going to be one of those cases where we've been talking about how investigations, including Michael Proctor, as well as Canton Police Department, Sean Good, when those cases really start being looked into, there are going to be cases that have significant allegations. And there may be some individuals that did do the crime that they're being accused of, but because of the police work and what the DA's office did in order to get that person in jail, unfortunately, there are going to be times where people that did do the thing they're being alleged of doing are going to be let out because of the massive, massive civil rights violations that have occurred in these cases. Now, I'm not going to say which way I personally float in this case, because obviously Marquis Simmons is the victim, ultimately, point blank, period. And that's how I am with all of the cases that I follow, because someone's not here right now because something happened to them. But I also cannot speak on these cases and also not talk about the corruption on top of it. So where it seems like Myles King is a very interesting character to follow, and he's has an interesting background in all of this. What's being alleged here by the Commonwealth, and then the documents surrounding this case are very questionable. Very, very questionable. Very questionable. So, I want to pull up the trial channel because that's who has actually a bunch of the hearings that we are going to go over. I hope this doesn't mess up. 1 second, guys. So I'm going to put this on this screen. Having multiple screens, though, guys, this is like a game changer. This is really a game changer over here. All right, I'm going to share my screen with you guys so we can get rolling on this. Is this it? Yes. Yeah, there we go. All right. And I finally learned that a lot of these videos do have closed captioning, which makes me very excited. It's the little things in life, friends. So now that you have the background of the case, I want to jump to last summer. So last summer, July 21st, 2025, this was when ADA Adam Lally had his first day of testimony in the King matter. Reminder, this is not a trial. This is just this Judge Krupp, pulling in these people for whoever wants to speak that Rosemary Scappichio wants to pull in, as well as the Commonwealth wants to pull in to figure out what happened, because Rosemary Scappichio wants this case dismissed based on her allegations of what Michael Proctor, Adam Lally, and the rest of the crew have done. So I want to bring up a clip of Lally telling us who he communicated with in this case. And that is around 22. Here we go. All right, so more background for you guys so you can really fully comprehend the audacity when we get to the audacity. And live chat, feel free to yell at me if this doesn't play.
Well, and more to that point, Ms. Gardner didn't become a focus of the investigation until later on.
Okay. So while you were investigating without a defendant being a suspect, at least not initially, you asked which departments for this information?
The State Police, Norfolk
Do you guys hear it? I don't see anyone yelling on me.
County Detective Unit, as well as the Milton Police.
I can't hear you. What's the last one?
Milton Police.
Milton Police. Okay, so you asked Milton Police, you asked the State Police. Who in Milton Police did you ask, and who in the State Police did you ask to send information?
The Milton Police would have been, at that time, Lieutenant Michael Collins. The State Police would have been Trooper Michael Proctor, as he was a case officer, and Lieutenant Brian Tully.
And so you have emails going to all three of them asking for all of the information that you just listed, which would be normal information that you'd ask in any case after a homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And did let's just take Mr. Proctor, Trooper Proctor, did he respond to you?
Yes.
And what did he provide you?
At varying...
No, to the extent he recalls, he can testify.
So at varying times, there were different productions of material, whether it was what was available at that time. So initially it would have been just whatever reports were available at that time. Later on would have been photographs, video.
So how often would you say you emailed or communicated with the State Police, and specifically Trooper Proctor or Trooper Tully, regarding discovery in this case?
I cannot tell you how many times via email, but I mean, it was a constant conversation, particularly throughout the grand jury process as far as discovery was concerned.
Okay, so when you say a constant process, was there a time period where you asked for stuff and you didn't get it, so you were re-asking for it, or is it always new information that you're getting from the State Police?
I think it would vary. I think there were certainly items that I probably had asked for more than once, but there were definitely items that I had asked for and was provided promptly, and then moved on from there to either additional information or that avenue was complete.
So do you keep records of, I asked for search warrants, I asked for crime lab stuff, I asked for witness statements? Do you keep records when you receive that information to be able to check off to say, I got these things, they're no longer outstanding, and the rest of this is?
I mean, I keep records in the sense of a list of items I'm looking for, and obviously when I receive something, then yeah, that would get checked off the list as far as I'm not looking for that anymore because I have it.
Right. Right, Lally. Right. So we have Lally saying that he communicated with Michael Proctor and Brian Tully, obviously, because Brian Tully was the supervisor of Michael Proctor in the Norfolk County section of Massachusetts State Police. But then we also hear him say that there were some instances that he had to reach out multiple times for information of Massachusetts State Police because they weren't getting back to him, which literally leads us to the central issue with 6 search warrants that were obtained by Michael Proctor in this specific investigation. And what he testifies to more specifically in this hearing is that he knew that there were 6 search warrants, all signed by Proctor in July or August of 2021. He asked Proctor for the warrants and accompanying affidavits. What he actually received from Proctor was only a portion of one affidavit for a warrant, and then the entire affidavit for another separate warrant. He also acknowledged that he knew the 6 warrants existed, but nevertheless did not have all 6 in his possession. Here we go. He said he believed he followed up with Proctor repeatedly, at one point saying he had asked more than 10 times, although he couldn't identify the dates or intervals between their requests. Like literally, Rosemary Scappichio was like, and what was the date of that? He's like, I don't remember. And what was the date of that? I don't remember. Well, how long in between the communications did you ask him? Well, I don't remember. He didn't know anything, apparently. I think that's a lie, but that's my opinion. And then he also said he met with Proctor several times concerning the investigation, but could not recall a meeting specifically about the warrants. And then I want to fast forward us to the point where they start talking about these warrants because my jaw started dropping once I started hearing this testimony.
I entrusted that whatever discovery I was requesting, I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
But you didn't get it. You asked for it 5 times. You didn't get it. You had to go see him. You have them right there now, and you still don't say, give me your file? Let me go through it?
No, I did not.
And when he says you'll get the search warrants, I'll send them to you. Did he have them? Did he have copies of the search warrants? He just wasn't giving them to you?
That I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Well, you don't get the search warrants in any event after that sit down, and you send another email. What's Trooper Proctor's response to that email?
Again, I don't know that I sent another email, but I know that there were subsequent conversations about it. Whether it was what format it was in, I don't know.
Okay, and at this point, you have to be getting a little upset with Trooper Proctor that you're asking for information that he's not giving you, right?
Objection. Overruled.
I'm sorry, your question again?
You have to be getting a little upset at Trooper Proctor that you're asking him for information that he's not giving you, right?
I'd say upset, frustrated probably.
I'm sorry?
Frustrated probably.
Oh. Judge, can we approach sidebar just briefly?
I
know.
Sure.
In any event, ADA Lally, a couple of months goes by, you still don't have the 6 search warrants. What do you do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm specific to the 6 search warrants. I don't recall as far as there was a topic that was discussed repeatedly. Obviously, I never received them because I never provided them to you or to Ms. Costa.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is you knew they existed, and you knew that, let me just say this, you knew that all 6 search warrants existed. Is that right?
Yes, we went through all six of the search warrants on the last day of the grand jury presentation on November 19th, 2021. That's in the grand jury minutes as far as going through each of the materials, each of the search warrants, that they were search warrants, how that material was obtained, and the material that was returned in response to 3 of the search warrants was marked as grand jury exhibits 33, 34, and 35.
Right, but not the search warrant.
Correct. Well, no, actually, I'm sorry.
Information in front of the grand jury about 6 search warrants that you hadn't seen, and you put returns or information that had been returned in front of the grand jury on search warrants you had never seen.
So with
Answer that
the,
question.
and I'm trying to, so
Okay.
with regard to those 3 search warrants, that was 306, 307, and 329, which were the call detail records for your client, the victim, Mr. Simmons, and Mr. Jeanette. The materials also that came back from the cell phone providers also contained a copy of the warrant, as well as the addendum to the warrant, which was then also provided to you and Ms. Costa in discovery.
But not the warrants themselves.
No, the warrants themselves and the addendums, not the application and not the affidavit.
Right, so you understand that in order to make a determination as to whether or not you're going to suppress certain information, you actually need what you asked for and what you, in the affidavit that told the clerk magistrate why you had probable cause, right?
Objection.
I can take judicial notice of that, and I'm sure Mr. Lally knows that.
Okay, so you get in front of the grand jury. When do you present this case to the grand jury?
Began in July of 2021. That grand jury sat in July, August, and September. The presentation had not been completed at that point, so there was a motion to extend the grand jury. And I believe there was one subsequent date that we went before them on November 19th, 2021.
November what?
19th, 2021, that's when indictments were returned.
In 2021.
Correct.
Okay. So at some point when Mr. King is arraigned, you understand at that point Rule 14 kicks in, right?
Yes, I mean,
Right?
I'm thinking about Rule 14 well before that.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know, when you arraign Mr. King, you still don't have the search warrant. You have another conversation with Trooper Proctor about, hey, where are these search warrants? I have to turn them over.
I'm sure I did.
Oh, you sure you did? You sure about that, buddy, old pal? You sure about that? So that is a very important piece of the hearing from yesterday, because Lally testified that he didn't think he realized at the time that he didn't have all 6 of these search warrants. But later, he acknowledged that he had a list showing the 6 search warrants were outstanding and that he never checked them off, aka the checklist. But when asked whether that he meant he knew they were outstanding, he answered yes. So like this whole thing with the search warrants, guys, it goes back and forth. Back and forth. One minute he knows they're there, the next he doesn't. Then they're partially there, and then he didn't talk to Proctor, but then he did talk to Proctor. Like it's a lot of this ping pong going back and forth. Like Lally cannot keep his story straight whatsoever when it comes to this stuff. So he also testified that the 6 search warrants were discussed during the November 19th, 2021 grand jury presentation. This was before Myles King was indicted, because that's how it works. They get a grand jury together, show them all the evidence, and then the grand jury either indicts or not. So these search warrants were used to get Myles King in trouble. Do you see the problem? But these weren't warrants that somehow just like disappeared into the ether without the prosecution team obviously knowing about them. The warrants were part of the investigative material that were being presented, and Lally testified that material relating to 3 of the warrants were presented as grand jury exhibits. Lally. But here's the interesting little tidbit about these search warrants. They were for cell phone records. Like, you see, there was an issue for the Commonwealth, mainly Massachusetts State Police Investigator Proctor, because witnesses were invoking their 5th Amendment right, aka they weren't talking. So what it seems like is that Proctor may have been pulling some funny business with the cell phone search warrants so that he could have undeniable proof that King was present at the location of Simmons' death. Even if King was present, he still has rights, which is clearly something Proctor seemingly did not care about, especially given how we now know via his own text messages how Proctor feels about Black individuals. Scappichio also pressed Lally on what happened after Proctor wasn't providing the material. Lally testified that his normal practice was to request outstanding discovery and follow up if he didn't receive it. But when confronted with the fact that he'd supposedly requested these warrants repeatedly, gone to see Proctor, received the defense discovery motion, sent that to Proctor, and then waited another month, Lally's response was essentially, "I don't recall." Sounds familiar, doesn't it? He also said that he didn't know of any specific Norfolk County DA's office policy, aka there's no rules, on how to deal with a state trooper who wasn't complying with a discovery request. And he also acknowledged that he didn't go to a supervisor to report that Proctor wasn't producing the warrants. And here is where Lally quite literally says the quiet part out loud. Again, another moment where I go, "Are you kidding me, sir?"
Round.
I'm just trying to figure out, let me ask a question. So when do you realize that you never turned over the search warrants? When do you realize that?
As far as the 2021,
Back up. When did you get the search warrants in your custody?
in my custody,
Yes.
I would say probably I became aware of it about a month ago.
In 2025?
Yes.
July of 2025 or June of 2025?
Yes.
Is the first time you became aware that you didn't turn over the search warrant?
Yes. If I had been aware earlier, then I would have turned over the search warrants.
But you had your list, right? You had your list that said 6 search warrants outstanding, right?
Yes.
You didn't ever check that off, right?
No.
So you knew they were outstanding, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when did they get to your file?
Again, so as far as my file, they did not. Again, I became aware of it after the case had been transferred from myself to ADA Hickman.
Well, let's talk about that. What date was the case transferred from you to ADA Hickman?
I'd say probably somewhere in October or November of 2024.
Right.
2024.
Yes.
And how?
Right. Exactly. So Lally testified that the case was transferred to ADA Hickman around October or November of 2024. And then he physically brought all of the paper files of this case to ADA Hickman's office and spoke with her, but admitted he didn't specifically tell her that the 6 search warrants remained outstanding. His explanation was that if he had known or remembered that they were outstanding, he would have obtained them and provided them. Just as a reminder, Marquis Simmons was unalived beginning of July 2021. This case was transferred at the end of 2024. The search warrants that they're speaking of were mainly from that July-August timeframe, 2021. It's been 3 years. You don't know this stuff by now? I can't. I told you guys, the more we dig into these cases, the more we're gonna find and the more pissed off we're gonna be. He also testified that he didn't become aware that the warrants had ever been turned over until approximately June or July of 2025, shortly before this hearing. Go figure. So going over the chronology of all of this, mid-2021, 6 warrants existed. Lally knows they exist. He requests them from Proctor and doesn't receive all 6. Late 2021 through 2024, there's outstanding warrants remained unsolved or unresolved. Lally says he repeatedly asked Proctor, and there's no clear escalation occurs because Lally doesn't do anything. He doesn't go to Tully. He doesn't go to Greg Connor, Lynn Beeland, Morrissey. He doesn't escalate it. He just lets it go to the wayside. And we're talking about an unaliving case here. Okay? Someone is gone. Someone's family wants answers. And this is how the DA's office is acting. And Proctor too, by the way, because this is on Proctor as well. Then, obviously, late 2024, the case gets transferred from Lally to another ADA, Hickman, and then he doesn't specifically flag these 6 warrants. And then mid-2025, Lally says he only becomes aware that they were never actually produced shortly before the July hearing, this hearing right here that we're watching. And importantly, Lally testified that all 6 warrants had been discussed during the grand jury presentation on November 19th, 2021, with returns from 3 of the warrants presented as grand jury exhibits. So this isn't simply a situation where Lally says, I didn't know these warrants existed. His testimony was that he knew they existed, knew he hadn't received all of them, and had a record indicating that they were outstanding while the actual discovery production still didn't happen. But guess what, friends? I don't hear a lot of people talking about this. There was another potential suspect in this case. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. And guess what happened to him? Oh, you're never gonna guess. Heads are about to roll.
Milton Police turned over to you. Would you have kept notes of that somewhere?
Yes.
Or there have been emails back and forth between you and Milton about what transpired?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any trouble getting information from the Milton Police Department?
No.
When you asked for things, did they return your email and give you what you were looking for?
Yes.
Were there any reports from the Milton Police Department that you say you didn't have before you turned the case over to ADA Hickman?
There was one report, yes.
And what was that report regarding?
Mr. Turner.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Turner.
And what about Mr. Turner?
There was a report in the materials that ADA Hickman turned over in 2025 that was, I believe, offered by Detective Sergeant Clifford Murphy pertaining to Mr. Turner that I had never seen before.
Okay, and do you know why that wasn't turned over by the Milton Police Department?
No.
Did you go down to the Milton Police Department and look through their file?
No.
At any point in time when you were representing the Commonwealth, in this case, did you go down to the Milton Police Department and look through their file?
No.
Is that something that you would normally do in a homicide case? Go to the police officer's office and ask for the file?
At what point in the case?
At any point.
Typically, that would be something that I would endeavor to do closer to trial.
Closer to trial?
Yes.
So how could you make sure your obligation was satisfied if you're not meeting with the police until right before trial?
It's an ongoing duty and obligation that extends even beyond a trial.
Right, that's not my point. My point is if you're not meeting with them and you're not going through their information, how do you know you've turned everything over to the defense?
Because I've requested it and I've been given assurances or information indicating that that is what they have.
Let me ask you the same question about the state police. Did you ever go through the state police file while you were handling the case, as opposed to making requests and even sitting down with the state police to make, face-to-face requests on an ongoing basis and all the follow-up contacts that you had? Did you ever actually request their whole file to go through it yourself?
No.
Okay.
And can you tell us, was there a policy within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office of sitting down with police departments, whether it's state police or Milton Police, and reviewing their file prior to trial?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So how far in advance of trial do you finally sit down and go through, let's take the Milton Police box?
It would depend case to case, but it's something that I would probably do at least a few months ahead of trial.
A few months. And is that the first time that you put your hands on the actual box, or are you still dependent upon the Lieutenant Collins and other officers to give you what you're looking for?
Oh, that would be a time where I'm actually like, let me see the file and ensure that I have everything that you have.
Okay. And is there any prohibition to that meeting that you have a couple of months prior to trial happening right after indictment?
No, and that would be my practice now. So you're asking about sort of my general practice at the time. That would have been it at the time, but now I would do that much, much earlier in a case.
Okay. And the state police the same way? Did you sit down with them at some point and look through their file, or you never looked through their file?
No, as His Honor just asked, no, I didn't.
Okay. So I guess my question is, how did it work? Did they only look through their file and send you what you're asking for? Or at any point did they send you, here's everything that we have?
My request and my ask was for everything they had. So as far as me then double checking to ensure that I have everything they have, that would be something that would occur later on. And as I just indicated, my practice now would be to do that much earlier in the case.
His practice now is to do all of that. Now, sure. And how many cases has he worked on in all of the years he's been in the DA's office? So going back to this witness/suspect that the Milton Police Department was trying to figure out, like, who identify this person. Who is this? Where were they? Yada, yada. So Mr. Michael Turner, per a Milton Police Department's police report, early on in the investigation was a potential suspect. Discovery around Turner includes a death certificate for Turner, a person details report, an RMV photograph, a Boston PD BRIC search, which comes out in this hearing we'll cover. Don't worry, we'll get to it. And then also to a Massachusetts driver's license. There is also a Milton Police Incident Report dated July 20th, 2021, with a grand jury subpoena associated with this material, as well as includes a document titled, quote, "Knowledge of Myles King and vehicle in question by police officer, that was very Bostonian of me, Officer Binda," end quote. So that suggests Turner was a person of investigative interest connected to the case, and there was an effort by investigators to establish his connection to Myles King and or the vehicle involved. But this original police report was seemingly withheld and not given to King or his attorney, Rosemary Scappichio. Gee, I wonder why. So we heard that ADA Adam Lally would essentially sit on his ass until right before trial to check if everything had been given to him. And then, since Lally was taken off of this case in late 2024, this report wasn't found until right before King's original trial date, which was September of 2025. This, of course, is an issue for a defendant who has been indicted on unaliving charges, as the police were looking at another suspect originally. And like I said previously, witnesses in this case were not talking. In fact, King allegedly was named by the victim as this victim was dying. However, that fact has been heavily questioned, as the victim's mother did not state originally she heard her son name King. It was only in later testimony that her statement changed. Judge Krupp ended Lally's testimony this day and continued it to August 5th, 2025. Oh boy. Oh boy. And that was just the July 21st hearing. We've got more, friends. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat, because I saw some things pop up throughout that. Oh my God, Nay Taylor, Lally is missing his bib and pinky. Oh boy, it's so true though. Indica of Red became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Enjoy your nice, cute, what are they called? Members only emojis. I always forget what they're called. And also too, check in soon for a members only live. I'm so excited for that. Pro Gamer, member for 2 months. Yay! Pro Gamer asks, is there a governing body assuring the work ethics and practices of ADAs? Can he be sanctioned or reprimanded by the MA bar situation? Well, here's the thing. He has supervisors, first and foremost. So what you're really asking is someone around to make sure that the DA's office is doing their job. Well, of course, it's always on the defendant's attorneys to make sure that their client is being treated in the most ethical way. So that's one like check, right? But then, other than the actual DA's office, yeah, you got federal prosecutors, like we've seen in the Sandra Birchmore case. But if you've been following along, I'm sure you have. Adam Deitch is literally running on, why does my previous employer always have to clean up the mess of Norfolk County? Why am I continuously in Norfolk County for corruption? Because the checks and balances within Norfolk County aren't checking nor balancing. We too also, another example would be CPCS, which is basically that very large committee of all the public defenders. They're another avenue that can do all the checks and balances. But unfortunately, as you can see through these rulings, especially with the judge's arguments, they do tend to favor the argument of the DA's office, quite literally the government, because usually the government is supposed to be doing their job. Yeah. So you can see why this election is so crucial. Because someone like Adam Deitch is not going to allow that in his office. So we'll see. And then UK Carrie, thank you so much for the thumbs up. All right. So we want to go to the August 5th hearing. I'm going to pull that up for us. Did I see someone say that they have 3 screens when they stream? Because that's a lot. I'm having trouble with 2. I don't know how you do 3. That seems like a lot. Although I think I could do it, but you know. Okay. So, like I said, Krupp ended up ending Lally's testimony early for July 21st, 2025. So here we are now, like what, 2 weeks later, August 5th, 2021. I'll move the closed caption. So if you guys can see my cursor, if you watch the Karen Read trials, you know this room. You are very familiar with this room. So standing, that's actually usually where David and Eddie would be. I'm like going back to all the days of the Karen Read hearings. That's Rosemary Scappichio, and you see the rest of her table. And then standing where Adam Lally and or Hank Brennan would be, that is ADA Michael McGee, which we'll get to him in a minute, FYI. And then obviously at the bench, you see Judge Krupp. But at the bottom of the screen, who's that? Adam Lally. Mr. Lally. And then next to him is his attorney, which we will also get to in a second, because I did a lot of research, because you know me. You know how I am. So, let me cue this up for us. Now, here's the deal with this date. So, August 5th was supposed to be day 2 of Adam Lally's testimony. But guess what didn't happen? Yeah, he didn't testify. Why? Because instead, the hearing became focused on the broader late discovery dispute and the court's need to determine exactly what discovery had been produced late and what the defense was claiming was prejudicial. So, the defense and Commonwealth had prepared competing charts identifying the allegedly late produced material. And then Judge Krupp gets all flustered and he literally says, so you two have 2 dueling charts. one says one thing and another one says another thing. Because, of course, the Commonwealth is trying to say that they produced everything. Like, literally, Judge Krupp is so frustrated. And, like, he was trying to avoid this at the last hearing, and he tried telling them, can you guys get together and figure this out? Which, I'm sorry, if you're trying to fight corruption, like, can you imagine? Can you imagine Alan Jackson trying to have a conversation with Hank Brennan over ARCA? Not going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. That's kind of what was happening here too. Like, why didn't you give us these search warrants? Well, we did. That's what the Commonwealth is saying. We did. They didn't, FYI. They didn't. So I'm going to play this out for you guys so you can see just the shenanigans of what happens at the beginning of this hearing.
So we've provided 3 charts, both to the Commonwealth and to the court. The first chart deals with the information contained in the Commonwealth's opposition in disputed documents from pages 7 and 8 of their motion to dismiss. The second chart deals with all of the new discovery, which I thought we were in agreement that the second chart is everything that was new, it hasn't been disputed by the Commonwealth. And the third chart is the information.
So you have 2 dueling charts, huh? So you have the Commonwealth's chart and your chart.
Yes,
This is exactly what I didn't want to have happen.
I understand, Judge.
So why didn't you get together and work, figure
Well,
out
Judge,
a...
I tried your.
Well, I think we both tried. I'm playing catch up here, Judge. They've had this information since 2021. I'm trying to go through it, organize it, and figure out where it fits in the most timely fashion that I can. And that's what I've spent my time doing. So when we spoke on
And
Friday.
do I have a list of the items which are new or which you claim to be new, and that I can then cross-reference against the Commonwealth's list, which you say are prejudicial or are exculpatory and you're behind the 8 ball because of the late disclosure, notwithstanding the continuance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, where will I find that?
So where we find what, Judge?
Your list of the explanation of why particular things are prejudicial to you.
That hasn't been completed yet, Judge.
Okay.
I just got to the point where I was able to send a list to them literally Monday morning saying, based on everything that you provided since April, here's what I think is new, and we all agree it's new. That's chart number 2. Here are my disputes from what you say you already gave us from the first part of your motion, and here's what we say is new from the second part of your motion. That's what I was able to accomplish in the week that we had between now and the last hearing.
A mess. A complete and utter mess. So as you can see, the hearing started off sideways. Before even Lally could have been called to the stand. So you hear Rosemary Scappichio explain that she was trying to like get the arms around the discovery because more discovery was still arriving. Quite literally, the morning of this hearing, they gave them even more. And so Rosemary is like, what am I supposed to do with these charts that I'm supposed to be making that are also somehow supposed to match the Commonwealth when they're still giving me more crap? More crap. They're literally in what? The victim passed away mid-2021. 4 years later and they're still getting discovery? You're joking, right? You're joking, right? So Scappichio said that she had received additional discovery that very morning and then couldn't complete the prejudice analysis until she knew whether the Commonwealth was actually finished producing material. And then she gets real mad. She starts getting pissed, and I don't blame her.
All right. So you need more time to get the other stuff done.
I do.
Okay. How much time do you need?
It depends. I just got more discovery this morning, Judge, so it just keeps happening. So in order for me to get my hands around it, they have to be able to certify that I have everything, Judge. Because I can't keep doing this piecemeal the way that they've asked me to do it over the last month and a half. So do we have everything? Because if we do, I'm happy to sit down and say, this is where we are and this is where we stand. But if we don't have everything and we're going to come back in a week and they're going to hand me something else in the morning of the hearing,
and say, this is,
Well,
now this
as
is
an initial crack, I wanted a list of what was new and what was prejudicial in the 2 notices as of when the motion to dismiss was filed.
yes,
That's what I think we were shooting for. We
And that-
understood that some new stuff had been produced after that.
yes.
And I don't know what the explanation is for that, but in any event, we're looking at what was filed as of the time the motion to, what was new as of the time the motion to dismiss was filed.
So Judge, what I did with the new information is I put it in chart 2 as just a description of it. I cross-referenced it to a bait stamp number if we had it, and I put it in a discovery category, which is I thought what the court asked me to do. So some of it has to do with jail calls, some of it has to do with social media, some of it has to do with search warrants. I've categorized it in a way that I think that I was hoping it would help the court understand.
Can we make a record here?
Yes,
You were referring to lots of stuff which is not in the record.
Correct.
Right? We admitted in the last hearing exactly 1 document,
yes.
right? If you are referring to particular charts, let's be clear about what they are. Let's mark them as an exhibit. And then we'll discuss what we need to do. You can explain what those documents are to me without a witness. I think that's sufficient. And then we'll decide whether we're going to proceed with the hearing on an evidentiary basis today or not.
A mess. So you can see that the discovery issue wasn't simply something that the parties were arguing about, or about like from the past. So the defense was still receiving additional discovery on that morning of this hearing. And that meant that the defense couldn't even fully determine the scope of the problem or the prejudice because the production wasn't finished. It's almost like this crap is being done on purpose. And if you haven't seen this, or you're having flashbacks to pre-trial hearings of Karen Reed, yeah, friends, yeah, it's all of the same problems, literally. And it's all the same investigators too.
All right, how do I deal with these charts? How do I read them? They look like you're talking past each other to some extent, that they're not, that so if I look on Exhibit 2, which is the defense chart number 1, discovery address in Commonwealth opposition to our motion to dismiss. Item 1, copy of search warrant affidavit for T-Mobile cell phone, draft affidavit. What does this tell me?
So what that's meant to tell you, Judge, is that the Commonwealth is, in their pleadings, are indicating that we actually got the search warrants. We didn't get the search warrants.
No, hold on. Not argument, just what does this show? Document description is received by King.
Right.
What is that? What's in that column?
So that column is what we actually received as opposed to what the Commonwealth is claiming they gave us. And it's categorized. So the Commonwealth is claiming, so for the first 2, Judge, if I can just show you, for the first 2, the Commonwealth is claiming that they already provided those search warrants to us. They haven't provided the search warrants to us, Judge. In fact, what they provided to us was...
No. Just slow down. I want to understand what Exhibit 2 shows.
So Exhibit 2 takes the Commonwealth's opposition.
What's in column 1?
Column 1 is the description that was received by us.
You're
from
quoting
Commonwealth.
Something from what?
Discovery notices, Judge.
Draft affidavit for search warrant 21 SW. I'm sorry, you're quoting what?
We're quoting what the Commonwealth named these documents in their opposition, Judge. That's what the Commonwealth named these documents, to try to convince the court that we already had them. There's search warrant stuff down there. The 2.
Okay, and you don't have any Bates numbers here, so I can't go and find these things, right?
Right, because the Commonwealth didn't have the bait stamps in the ones that we did. So if you look down to the second column, we do have bait stamps. There were some things that were given.
Second column?
Second part of the chart. We were able to provide bait
Second
stamps.
chart?
No, just where it says notice 4925.
All right, so how do I compare what you have to what the Commonwealth has provided me?
Right.
I need you to be on the same page.
Yeah, well, guess what? They're not on the same page because the Commonwealth is renaming everything. And then Rosemary gets more discovery and stuff is renamed and she doesn't know what to do with it. Oh, man. E. Chase says, I think I've seen this film before. Uh-huh. We eventually liked the ending because Karen Reed became acquitted of all the major charges, but damn, like this shouldn't have to happen. This shouldn't have to happen. So, at this point, the judge decides that spending the next several hours sorting out the discovery, like the whole issue of it all, would be more productive than putting Lally or anyone else back on the stand. So, Judge Krupp at this point literally told these guys, both the Commonwealth and Myles King's attorneys, that they wanted to establish A, what material was allegedly produced late, B, what had actually been produced, C, what remained disputed, and then D, what, if anything, constituted prejudice to the defense. So basically, Judge Krupp needed that foundation before can meaningfully address the appropriate remedy. And like, here we go. Judge Krupp is like, yeah, you know what? I think we're just going to pull the plug on Lally. I think, because they can't get together. Well, it's basically the Commonwealth. Blame the Commonwealth on all this, but they can't figure it out.
After you've analyzed the question of prejudice.
Yes, Judge.
So how are we going to do this?
We're here at 9:24. I'd be happy to meet with the parties downstairs for the next 3 hours.
I think that would be a much more productive use of time than putting Mr. Lally back on the stand or anybody else. Because there are real constraints on the court's ability to provide a remedy beyond the remedy that has already been provided, absent real showing of meaningful prejudice. And so I need to understand where that prejudice is coming from. And it's so you're welcome to spend the next 3 hours doing that.
Sure. Why not? Why not, Judge Krupp? So Lally was supposed to testify this day, but the judge essentially said, we have to deal with the discovery mess first. Before putting Lally on and questioning him about the discovery and all the dates and whatnot, we need to figure out what this timeline is. Just a sidebar, why didn't he just pull in Jennifer McCabe for this? She loves her timelines. Anyways, rather than continue this evidentiary testimony, the parties were directed to work through the discovery issues, and Adam Lally ends up not testifying on August 5th, 2021. So all of the witnesses, including Adam Lally, were released, and the matter was pushed to August 12th of 2025 for further proceedings concerning the discovery and prejudice analysis. But then also remember, during all of this mess, we also had the Michael Proctor phone issue, as well as some documents on the federal level that was about to be destroyed per like a basically federal and Commonwealth order, where if these documents were going to be used in other cases, it needed to be told to federal investigators or the Commonwealth by a certain date. If not, these documents were going to be destroyed. So that was another thing that attorney Rosemary Scappichio was fighting through all of this. So not only is Scappichio fighting this mess with all the discovery, but she's also dealing with Proctor's phone, which had yet to be extracted yet, and 2 federal documents that were about to be destroyed. It's a lot. So it's a lot. She had a lot on her plate. She still does, but like at this point in time, last summer was a lot for the Myles King case. So it was actually someone reminding the court of Judge Doolin's July 17th order concerning Proctor's personal phone, and then a personal issue related to that order. And then obviously Judge Krupp ultimately put that issue over until August 12th, and then that was subject to the attorney's availability. But I do want to show you guys what happens with Lally and his attorney after Judge Krupp ends this hearing, because I found this very interesting considering what happened at yesterday's hearing. So let me fast forward this a little bit. If you're listening to this more as a podcast, feel free to check the screen for a second so you can see what chat is going to be seeing. Okay. So just as a reminder, Adam Lally and his attorney are at the bottom of the screen. Okay. So take a peek. Play. There we go.
Until it's a thing. If I tell you until it's a thing. What's that?
Why are you whacking him?
Since never thing until it's a thing. What?
And then you'll see this woman right here,
All right.
what she does when she walks in the front.
Are we going downstairs to your office?
And they're all
Are we
trying
doing
to
this
figure
here?
out where they're going. Don't mind Aiden for a second. He does move.
Thank you. Nice job.
Lally's having a breath of fresh air. And then look at this woman. Oh, so you're happy. Oh, they're all so happy. But also, too, watch Lally's attorney's backpack. I just know if Melanie Little was to see this backpack, oh boy. Oh, God. Yeah, like there's backpacks and then there's backpacks. Anywho. Sometimes, you know me, guys. I like to be serious sometimes, and then sometimes I have to point out the duckery. And this was just one of those things where I was like, you know what? Okay, I need to take this off the screen before I laugh too hard. Okay, so that's what happened at the August 5th, 2025 hearing. And now you guys are well aware of who Adam Lally's attorney is. So then we go to August 12th, and yeah, what a day this was. So the August 12th hearing, it seemed like it started like off really good, but then for some reason it got cut off on the Zoom. So whoever was dealing with the Zoom of it all, it got shut off. So there's a ton of recording from earlier in that hearing talking about another Rosemary thing. The Brian Walsh case was kind of filtered in through some of this stuff too, some of Michael Proctor's stuff. So they didn't actually get to this stuff with the Myles King of it all until the very end. And then for some reason, the court clerk or someone shut off the Zoom. So I'm going to give you the best notes that I could find off of this hearing and the various filings. So, like I said, though, the August 12th, 2025 hearing did seem like it was starting off well because both the Commonwealth and Rosemary Scappichio worked on their charts. So that charts we were just talking about what was turned over, what wasn't, what was withheld, yada, yada. It seemed like their charts looked better than like the week prior. They also had another discovery hearing 2 days after this date on August 14th, 2025. And when I'm looking at the filings on the Myles King case, it does look like that the Commonwealth realized that they did, in fact, not hand over everything as claimed. Because remember, the Commonwealth, too, was looking at their own filings and the documents they produced, their notice of discoveries, and comparing it to what actually was given over to Rosemary Scappichio. So you just know when they're going through more of the nitty-gritty of it, they are realizing, crap, like we didn't actually hand that over. So then the Commonwealth gave multiple notice of discoveries on August 15th and 18th. So we had a hearing July 21st, August 5th, August 12th, and August 14th. And then magic. August 15th and 18th, Rosemary Scappichio gets more discovery from the Commonwealth. But then also, too, Rosemary Scappichio files another supplemental motion to dismiss on August 15th. Because she had one original motion to dismiss, and then she filed her first supplemental motion to dismiss. But just as a reminder, too, throughout that late summer and the fall, we also had the fight over Michael Proctor's second cell phone extraction, which we know ended up happening, and it was given to Rosemary Scappichio and was heavily quoted in a second supplemental motion to dismiss, which was filed in May of 2026. That filing was originally impounded, aka sealed, from the public. We couldn't see anything. The reason why we ended up seeing this motion to dismiss was because Karen Reed filed a lawsuit against the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department, where this same phone extraction was heavily quoted. Because it was already out in the ether, Rosemary Scappichio was like, why are we protecting Proctor? Why are we protecting Proctor? So it became impounded, and we got to see even more of Michael Proctor's phone data. So then that leads to the current hearing of Adam Lally's Day 2 testimony on August 27th, 2026, almost 14 months after his first day of testimony. And oh my goodness. Oh my God. So, like I said, those first two videos were from the trial channel. If you don't sub to them and you like to see all of the hearings, please do go over there. Give her a follow, a subscribe. She does a lot of extra work on the back end to clarify the audio and whatnot, which is like very like painstaking and tedious. And I know it's like an actual pain as someone who attempts to do on her own stuff. So I get it. Now, I want to pull up Grant's live stream from yesterday, if I can find it. Hold on. I thought I had it, and guess what? She doesn't. Hold, please. Do we have the Jeopardy theme song? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Watch me get like what's it called? Copyright stricken for singing or humming the Jeopardy theme song. Okay, here we go. Now. All right. What a day this was. Finally, we get day 2 of Adam Lally's testimony. And the fact that they had to wait 14 months to get him back on the stand, like, and not only that, Proctor was supposed to show up too, which, just an FYI, he didn't. He didn't. We'll clarify that at the very end, though. Okay. So shout out to friend to the channel, Grant Smith Ellis. If you don't go and subscribe, please do. He was doing the Lord's work yesterday. Because, oh my God, thank God for him. So now yesterday's hearing, the court comes back on the record in the Commonwealth versus Myles King case. And the judge immediately explains that, yeah, this hearing began a year ago. But they had only gotten through one partial day of evidence, right? It wasn't all of Lally's testimony, obviously. They didn't even get to cross-examine him. So Scappichio wasn't done, and then the Commonwealth wasn't able to cross-examine him. So they were still on the direct examination of Lally, and now they needed to continue with this witness, including the cross-examination by the Commonwealth. But Judge Krupp had made it clear that the case had morphed a little bit since the last time that we saw Adam Lally on the stand. In particular, he noted that there had been numerous additional disclosures a supplemental motions to dismisses. So there were 2, remember. Another motion concerning prejudice from late disclosures, and then another motion involving Michael Proctor. Of course, everything is surrounding Michael Proctor in this case. He also summarizes that the first issue is having really 2 prongs: the late disclosure and then the prejudice resulting from the late disclosure. But then there was also a second issue concerning alleged bias in the investigation as a result of Proctor's strongly held and strongly articulated views. I want to show you Lally walking in. I know she's being petty again, isn't she? She is, but you know what? I laughed my butt off when I saw him walk in. I did. And remember, I was here for this, guys. Like, okay, let me get to Adam Lally walking in. It's 39. I was just laughing. It was a good time. We'll just say that.
Of what was turned over and what was still outstanding. That was something you kept in your file. Is that right?
I'm not sure what checklist you're talking about.
Hey, where are you, Lally? Where are you walking in? Bring him back. Yeah. Come on, Lally.
I don't know if it's the first part of the disclosure because he worked with the Proctor, so I'd be asking him questions regarding the Proctor as well.
All right, we can take those up if there's an objection, okay?
Sure.
Okay, we can recall.
Bring in Lally. Bring him in.
Oh, can I ask one question?
Sure.
My friend was hanging up on, I spoke to the court officer, wondering if we're off right now. Have to what's not that the person was here to take notes.
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here he is. Do 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 do. Adam Lally.
So Lally, we started the
Oh man, it's so funny. Oh God. I know. Strongly held views isn't even in the stratosphere. Again, that's the way of putting it kindly of Michael Proctor and how he feels about people that don't look like him. Okay. So thankfully we do have closed captions, just so you know. Closed captions tend to be hit or miss, and obviously Lally doesn't speak very loudly. Neither does ADA McGee. Sometimes the judge is not next to his microphone, but Attorney Rosemary Scappichio is very well spoken. She knows how to actually voice and project. So at least we'll be able to hear Rosemary Scappichio very, very well. And also too, I obviously took a ton of notes at this hearing. So I'm going to fast forward us to show you exactly what Judge Krupp was saying before Adam Lally even started to speak and what he thought this hearing was going to be like.
And did you say it to the state police, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you?
Oh, wait, 29. 29, not 39. Good Lord. There we go.
your testimony in the other room back in July of 2025 was sworn at that time. And I'm going to remind you for purposes of this hearing, still under oath. Thank you. Absolutely appropriate.
May I?
You may.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Morning.
So last we spoke, we were talking about your involvement in Mr. King's case as the assigned assistant district attorney. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. The testimony has been transcribed. All of the parties have it. So I'm not going to go over any of that testimony. I think we're going to move on to issues that are relevant to this hearing. The first thing I want to talk to you about is, I'm not sure if you have Exhibit 1 or if you didn't copy of Exhibit 1. We have we need to talk to Mr. Lally about it.
So, I don't know where the thing about Judge Krupp went, but Judge Krupp was like, okay, I expect this to be done by today. Adam Lally should be done. Well, guess what didn't happen? Lally was not done. And also, too, this was supposed to be a full day, but before I went into the courtroom, I realized that Krupp was on other cases in the afternoon. So apparently it wasn't a full day. Now, had it been a full day, I think Lally would have been wrapped up by now. But yeah, unfortunately, that didn't occur. So just as a reminder, July 2025 was a partial testimony. More than a year passes, and now it's August 27, 2026. Lally returns, and it's yet again another partial testimony. And you wonder why things never get done in Norfolk County and why things always take forever. It's because of things like this. So we just heard Rosemary Scappichio mention exhibit number 1, which that's a discovery motion dated back in December 2021. Remember, the unaliving happened July 2021. So what she's introducing is something she put forth December 2021. And Scappichio asks Lally what he did when he received that motion, to which Lally says that, as he did with any other discovery motion, he forwarded to all police departments involved in the case, made requests to fulfill what counsel was seeking, and would send it to other agencies if that request involved them. But she then asked specifically about following up. And Lally confirmed that if there were discoverable materials he hadn't received, he would follow up with the police departments or agencies. But what do you think Proctor actually told Lally about all of these search warrants and all of this missing stuff? What do you think Proctor said? Scappichio asked what response Lally received from Trooper Proctor in December 2021 concerning the documents that would fulfill this discovery request. I think we need to hear his answer on this, because most of these answers yesterday literally had me floored. Like, literally, my jaw almost the entire time. I was like, what the hell? Oh, and by the way, who was present for this hearing? Well, like I mentioned before, the media was pretty minimal with a handful of us. We had the victim's family. Actually, attorney Joe Kakowski popped in. He was there for a little bit. There were a lot of boots on the ground there. And then right in front of us was Adam Lally's attorney. Interestingly enough. Oh, wait, did I not cover? Oh, hold on. Oh, I totally forgot to tell you who Adam Lally's attorney is. Oh, I need to tell you that before we get into this hearing. Oh, yeah, because this is important. This is very important. Yeah, this is important. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. My jaw was on the floor. Again. Oh, crap. Chat, how do I do bigger? Control. Control plus. We learned that last live stream. All right. Lally's attorney. No joke. Attorney Patrick Hanley, appointed to State Ethics Commission. Boston MA. Patrick Hanley, a partner at Boston-based law firm Butters Brazilian LLP, has been appointed by Governor Maura Healey to the State Ethics Commission. Commissioner Hanley succeeds former Commissioner and Vice Chair Josefina Martinez. So he is a bigwig, okay? Prior to joining Butters Brazilian, Commissioner Hanley worked for over 10 years at the Office of the Attorney General of Massachusetts, where he was an Assistant Attorney General and served as the office's first Chief of Gaming Enforcement. Prior to that, he was an associate at Brody, Hardoon, Perkins, and Keston LLC. Where have we heard the last name Keston before? Oh, that's right. Cop attorneys. Yeah. And served as an assistant district attorney in the Suffolk County DA's office. From 2003 to 2004, he served as law clerk to the justices of the Massachusetts Superior Court. He also serves as outside general counsel to the State Police Association of Massachusetts. Hmm. Commissioner Hanley earned a BA degree from Brandeis University and a JD degree from Northeastern University School of Law. He teaches a legal ethics seminar at Boston University School of Law. Ethics. Oh, he has also been a guest lecturer at the Harvard Law School Trial Advocacy Workshop, Massachusetts Continuing Legal Education, the National Cybercrime Conference, and a Guberman Fellow at Brandeis University. The State Ethics Commission is a nonpartisan independent state agency which administers, provides advice and training concerning, and civilly enforces the conflict of interest in financial disclosure laws. There are 5 commissioners, 3, including the commission chair, are appointed by the governor, 1 is appointed by the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and 1 is appointed by the Attorney General. No more than 2 of the commissioners appointed by the governor and no more than 3 commissioners overall may be from the same political party. Yeah, so he's an ethics attorney, which says a lot. And here's more on Patrick Hanley. Okay. Oh boy. So another little post from him. This is recent. This is June 29th, 2026 of this year. And that's him. The reason why I can 100% confirm this is him is because when I was behind him and I saw his glasses, I was like, wow, his glasses have a very, very thick frame. Super thick frame. And I'm not being mean when I say this, but my ADHD tends to take me down like different references holes. And his glasses reminded me of the guy from Six Flags. I don't know if you guys remember these commercials, but it was not saying Patrick Hanley's bald. It's just the glasses that reminded me of the guy from Six Flags, and he had like wicked thick glasses on. And that's immediately where my brain went. And I'll never forget it now. I'll never forget it. Wait, Quinn, right? Even Quinn says, yes. Yes. Thickums. Oh, God. Wait, Goblin Misfit. Those glasses are very reminiscent of the glasses they issued us in the basic in the Army. Oh, we called them BCGs, birth control glasses. I can't. Oh, God. Okay. Reading just a couple of quotes from Patrick Hanley. For Massachusetts State Ethics Commissioner Patrick Hanley, his appointment by Governor Maura Healey represents a return to his roots in the public sector. I loved my law practice, but I felt I had more to give, says Hanley. I think the work that the outstanding staff of the State Ethics Commission does is important, and I wanted to serve the public good. This profile, part of our Individually Speaking series, offers a unique look at the leadership behind the Ethics Commission and their viewpoints on public service in the Commonwealth. A veteran prosecutor with 14 years of experience between the Suffolk County DA's office and the Office of the Attorney General, where he served as the first chief of gaming enforcement, he brings a unique perspective to the commission. I helped draft an enhanced ethics code when I was chief of gaming environment, says Hanley. When I applied to be a commissioner, I wished to have a public service role as I had in the past. Now a partner at Boston-based Butters Brazilian LLP, focusing on professional discipline and white-collar defense, his career spans both enforcement and defense. This professional background reinforces his belief that the commission is vital to maintaining the public's trust in government. Importantly, Commissioner Hanley views the conflict of interest law not just as a rigid set of rules, But as a practical resource for guidance, having navigated the system from multiple angles, he genuinely understands the perspective of a public employee because he has been there himself. I have represented clients before the State Ethics Commission, and I've even called the attorney of the day to seek confidential advice myself, he says. The work the staff does is vital. It's about providing that perspective tailored to a specific situation. When asked what advice he would offer professionals entering public service, Commissioner Hanley points to sustained effort over time. The hours are not 9 to 5, he says, recalling a lesson from longtime public servant, retired trooper Lo Ming Chan. They are whatever it takes to do the investigation and research required to arrive at a just outcome. As Lo Ming told me, the first 40 hours are for the employer, the next 20 hours are for you. The same commitment to deep diligence shapes his view of ethical leadership. When asked what integrity means in the context of government service today, his definition focuses on doing what is right over what is easy. Doing what is fair, he concludes, irrespective of whether the outcome would be popular or unpopular. Behind his service on the commission, Commissioner Hanley is a committed educator. He teaches a legal ethics seminar at Boston University School of Law and has served as a guest lecturer at Harvard Law School and a Gurman Fellow at Brandeis University. Whether he is in the classroom or at the commission, his goal remains rooted in the belief that public positions are held in trust for the whole of society. Now, I do think it's interesting, given the timeline of the Myles King issue, where Lally was taken off of the case towards the end of 2024. And then by summer of 2025, he has this ethics attorney. And now all of a sudden, Adam Lally is testifying that, yes, that was the way I used to do the things at work, but now it's different. So I'm almost wondering if Commissioner and attorney Patrick Hanley has given advice to his client, which is what you can do as an attorney, duh, and especially as an ethics attorney, and especially when in this article, Hanley's talking about, well, when you're in the public sector, it's not a 9 to 5. Because I think, given Lally's testimony and just what we've seen in the various cases, it seems like Lally thought that this job was a 9 to 5. You know what I mean? It kind of feels like, just as an example, not following up with the police departments in regards to things he may have not gotten, as an example. Another issue that we're going to come across at this hearing is putting together notices of discovery and then listing certain items that were on these notices of discovery, but then not actually handing them over. Like, you're not double checking your work. You're not triple checking your work. What's really going on here? And that's why Lally, a lot of us think that he's a bit of a lazy lizard, because he was just kind of doing the bare minimum. And like his attorney, Commissioner Patrick Hanley, is stating, you can't do the bare minimum when you're working for the public sector. Crap, you can't do it even in just a regular retail position. God forbid you are a server or a bartender, or even just working at like your local cute little boutique. You know, dealing with the public, that brings a whole different type of game. And now you're dealing with the public at truly like at one of the worst like times of the public's life. Because think about what happens when you have to deal with the DA's office. Usually it's not a good time in your life. right? So that is Adam Lally's attorney. That's just another little blip for you guys, because you know me, I always like to give you all the extra juice. I also wanted to squash a rumor about Lally. So, as a reminder, you guys can look up all of this stuff, okay? So when you start to hear rumors, if someone doesn't work somewhere anymore, someone is fired and they work for the public sector, you do have roundabout ways to figure it out. First and foremost, you can do a public records request. If you don't want to do that, you can then just go online and see if this person's still being paid. And according to this document, let me zoom in for you guys so you can see a little bit more. You can see Adam Lally paid through August 22nd, 2026. So there was this rumor going around that Lally was fired or something like that. No. Oh, no, 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 no. No, he's not fired. He still very much has a job at the Norfolk County DA's office, because obviously we can see that right here under department. Job title is Assistant District Attorney. He's a full-time employee. And then you can see his annual rate. And then obviously, like I said, paid through August 22nd, 2026. And then too, if you scroll down, you can also see the payroll history. And you can kind of see where he lines up with other years. Now, I will say, if we check in a couple of weeks and this hasn't moved, then sure, he doesn't have a job anymore. But I'm just going to say this. Hiring an attorney that's like a commissioner and all the things, that's not cheap. And I think we can all assume that that's probably not Lally paying for him. Again, that's my speculation. But like an attorney like Patrick Hanley does not come across as a lower end budgeted attorney by any means. And that is a compliment, FYI. That's a very big compliment. So yeah, just so you all know, Adam Lally still has a job. Okay? Because what's today's date? August 28th? Yeah, August 28th. So as of last week, he's still working for the Norfolk County DA's office. Okay. Let's go back. Yeah, that's what I wanted to cover now. All right, let's go back to this hearing, like I promised you. We tend to do our little sidebars, right? All right. So back to yesterday's hearing, like I said, the Judge Krupp, thought that he would, he thought Lally would be done by this. He really thought it was going to be a half day and that they would be done. And no. No. Never, ever, ever, ever. So like I said, Rosemary Scappichio was asking Adam Lally about this December 2021 discovery motion. And then Adam Lally basically says, well, when I get the police department's info, I just think it is what it is. I don't question them. I don't go back and ask them any questions. Yeah. So, Scappichio specifically asked what response Adam Lally received from Trooper Proctor in December 2021 concerning the documents that would fulfill that discovery request. Okay. Rosemary Scappichio wanted stuff. Adam Lally then had to go to Proctor. And this is what Lally says that Proctor says.
Something that they had requested, because there certainly could be requests made within the discovery motion for items that just either don't exist or we don't have.
So when you sent this to the state police, when you sent it to the state police and you sent Trooper Proctor, what response did you get from Trooper Proctor back in December of 2021 about the documents that would fulfill my discovery request? Do you have any notes, or did you take any notes at the time about what Trooper Proctor represented to you that was in the file that needed to be disclosed?
If I did, I have not looked at the notes or anything pertaining to the file in a very long time. I'm trying to answer your question, but I don't know.
So you did look at the file before you came here and testified today?
No.
You knew we were going to ask about the file, right?
I don't know what you asked about.
Well, we asked about the file a year ago, right?
Yes.
And I asked you to review it then a year ago, remember that?
I don't remember you saying that, but sure.
And then you knew you were going to be in here and be questioned about the file, right?
I don't know what you're going to ask.
When we're talking about late discovery, do you think that the file that's contained in the district attorney's office is important to determine what was disclosed and what wasn't, Attorney Lally?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
When you're talking about late discovery, do you think what's contained in the district attorney's file is important to determine what was disclosed and what wasn't disclosed?
Certainly.
And
Damn it, I did it again. I did it again. Damn. Damn it. So, when Rosemary Scappichio asks, did you look at the file? He goes, no. Do you remember what Proctor says? No. No, I didn't do anything. Literally the same issue they had the year prior at day one of testimony. He said he didn't review the stuff. So he said he was going to review the stuff. Here we are 14 months later-ish, and he still hasn't reviewed the stuff. He just doesn't care. He honestly, it seems like he doesn't care. So again, Lally says that he doesn't know, hasn't reviewed his notes. Again, Rosemary Scappichio asks whether he looked at the file before coming in to testify, and again, he says no. She reminds him that they had asked him about the file a year earlier and that she had asked him to review it. And again, Lally says that he doesn't remember that, although he accepts that she probably did and that he probably should have reviewed it. And clearly, Lally's memory is just like duh when it comes to the entire discovery process. So Lally also talks about the continuing obligation to provide discovery, and he references the 26 notices of discovery and the volume of discovery that was provided during the time he handled the case. Regardless, he cannot recall what Proctor gave him for discovery and cannot remember how many times he met with Proctor about the case. Quite literally, Lally was just lallying all over again. And like, I remember sitting here being like, this has to be purposeful. You cannot be this unprepared for something that is so important. Like, quite literally, Lally's job could be on the line. And this is what he's doing. This is what he's doing for an unaliving investigation. So not only does he not care about Scappichio and Myles King, also, if you want to come to the conclusion, Adam Lally doesn't care about the victim, Marquise Simmons, either. This whole thing makes me so angry for everyone involved. Truly for everyone involved. And then we get to the checklist issue. This, frickin' Lally. Back to the checklist of it all.
thank you. Tell them that this motion asks specific things, but I want anything and everything that you have. Did you say that to the Milton Police, sir?
Yes.
And did you say it to the state police, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you keep track? I think you said last time you had a checklist of what was turned over and what was still outstanding. That was something you kept in your file. Is that right?
I'm not sure what checklist you're talking about.
Well, you talked about checklist last time we testified. You said the way you kept track of things is that you had a checklist. And when things were turned over, you would check it off. Remember that testimony? You know, is that what you did? Did you have a checklist?
So I would have a checklist when I first get assigned to the case as far as items that I'm looking for purposes of grand jury, for purposes of general discovery, because my intention is always to sort of front load the discovery and give counsel as much as humanly possible at the arraignment date. Subsequent to the arraignment date, if there was something specific that was either requested by counsel or there was a motion filed, then yes, I mean, I would keep that, or do my best to keep track of what was outstanding and what we were looking.
And was that by checklist like we talked about before?
So the checklist thing I think you're talking about is probably something that I do prior to indictment. So the checklist is sort of initially when I receive the file, then I'm going through it and trying to figure out, what do we have in this case as far as evidence is concerned. Is there videos or photos? Is there some sort of grand jury subpoena for third-party records I need to do or what have you?
I can't. So she first asks, let me make sure I'm unmuted. I am. So she first asks, oh, hey, what about the checklist? And his first defense is to deny a checklist. And I was like, wait a second, you literally testified it in the last hearing. Like, what? Why is that your first thing to do is immediately defend yourself by saying no? It's giving that you're lying. It's giving that you're not being honest. And it's also giving you're not holding yourself accountable. Something I forgot to mention about someone else that was present in the courtroom. I'm going to rewind so you guys can see this. Some of you might remember that face. Not Myles King. That man in the back in the dark blue suit. That, my friend, you may recognize his voice, his face from the Karen Reed trials because he was sitting next to Hank Brennan all the time. His name is Caleb Mason. And that was another rumor that was going on after the second Karen Reed trial, that he had left the district attorney's office. Oh, no. Then we quickly learned via another filing in defense of the DA's office in one of the Karen Reed civil cases that he works for the district attorney's office, Caleb Mason. So he too was there as well. So I want to put this all in perspective for you guys on the amount of money, taxpayer dollars, that are being spent right now, okay? So we have a hearing that was originally, the first testimony was July 21st. Lally was supposed to come in and testify August 5th. That didn't happen because Judge Krupp was like, this is a crap show. You guys need to get your charts together. Then August 12th didn't happen. So now here we are, a year later, more than a year later. More taxpayer dollars are being spent so that Myles King and his team can figure out what's going on with this case. So we're spending money on just the hearings. Then we have to pay for Adam Lally to come in and testify. Then we have to pay for Adam Lally's expensive attorney to come in and defend him in case anything happens. But then also we have 3 ADAs. 3. Again, that's more taxpayer dollars. And again, obviously you're paying for the judge. Duh. But now you're paying Caleb Mason on top of that for the DA's office. Now, granted, when I was leaving, we did see Caleb stay and he's working on another case or something in the DA's office, obviously being seen before Judge Krupp after this hearing with Lally and Rosemary Scappichio and Myles King ended. But just to understand the crux of the defense of Lally that's going on right now, you have his own attorney, Pat Hanley. But then, too, you have the DA's office also seemingly defending him, because the ADA that was questioning Lally, his name's McGee, you could just tell in the way that he was questioning and the things that he was saying and his demeanor that he was there as essentially another defense attorney of Adam Lally. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know how much just this hearing on August 27, 2026 is costing us taxpayer dollars. At the expense of all of us, but because of idiots in the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. You're wasting all of our money because you all can't do your jobs properly. I don't care if you do your jobs now. I don't care if you're fired and decertified, Michael Proctor. I don't care. The fact that we are now in 2026 still presently dealing with and paying for all of your fuck ups really royally pisses me off. I'm so done with idiots in power that don't know how to do their job or do know how to do their job and are working the system, because that's all we're seeing in all these hearings, friends. It's the same crap time and time and time again. And now think of all the cases that we don't know about yet. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, I was sitting there and looking at all of the government workers that were in just for this hearing, and I was like, this is a joke. This is a joke. Not only does the appearance look bad for the Norfolk County DA's office, but now you're just spending all this money and resources. And you can't blame Myles King. And you can't blame Rosemary Scappichio. She's just doing her damn job. Anywho, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I can't stand this crap. I can't stand this. I can't. Oh God. Thank you, Mima, for the sparkles. Thank you so much. And thank you, Julie Weaver, also too for the sunshine. Ooh, we have a new member. Tracy Leathers became a new member. Yeah. Enjoy the members only emojis. And 2 members only live 2 will be coming up. Yeah. And we also have Music to My Soul. Thank you so much. Member for 2 months. Motion for Fervent song. Lally the Lazy Lizard. I don't know if Fervent is still here, but I'm pretty sure now Fervent just pops in to see what kind of ideas for songs he can get from me in my chat. Thank you, Music to My Soul. Okay. Oh, God, man. Oh, hi, Brandy. Hello. Can we challenge unlawful government spending when tax dollars are funding crimes? Well, you know, hopefully we have a former federal prosecutor that becomes elected as our district attorney. Because I think he might help us out, Brandy. I think he might do some things that might kind of scare some people. Maybe scare them straight. Who knows? All right. So we're hearing about Adam Lally's checklist and about how he doesn't, I don't remember it. Oh, now I do remember it. Well, it was a different kind of checklist. It wasn't the checklist that you're saying it was. It was actually something else. Oh, God. Essentially denying the checklist, even though on August 5th, 2025, he said that he used one. Then, after being asked whether he had a checklist, he suddenly remembers that he would have one when initially assigned to a case, tracking things he was looking for grand jury and general discovery. And then he explains that the initial checklist was primarily used before indictment, while later requests and outstanding material were tracked as the case progressed. I can't. Now Lally says he believed the first discovery was complete, so that December 2021 basically document that Scappichio sent to the DA's office. Lally is saying that he gave everything that she was asking for. Do you think that's true? Lally believed that the state police and Milton Police Department had complied with everything requested. Except when Lally was pressed about Milton Police Department, he said this. I can't. Can you guys just imagine my face watching this? I have no filter in my mouth, and I have no filter on my face either.
All materials that are contained in the motion or any other materials that departments have that need.
So let's continue about the Milton Police Department. So it's your position that when Milton responded to you in the first discovery motion, they gave you everything that they had generated through the date of that disclosure, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Did you do anything to make sure that you got everything from the Milton Police Department?
Do anything further than ask for everything and being told that I had everything? No.
Well, let's stop there. Who told you you had everything from Milton? Who said you have everything we have? Who said that?
That would have been Lieutenant Collins.
Lieutenant Collins. So you had a conversation with Lieutenant Collins sometime before you filed the first discovery notice, in which he told you you have every document that we produced in this case through today's date. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And did you at that point say, let me see your file?
I did not.
Is there a reason you didn't ask to see the file?
I accepted his representation that I had everything that he had.
Okay. And you found out later that wasn't true, right?
Correct.
So I guess my question is, when a police department tells you that they've given you everything, and you take that at face value that they've given you everything, is there any follow-up at all to say, let me see your whole box, let me see all your stuff, send me your electronic file, anything like that?
At that time,
Okay. So I guess the question is, how can you represent to the court that you turned everything over? You're relying on the individual police departments to tell you that they gave you everything?
at that time in the case, yeah.
Okay. So are they the ones that are looking at the discovery motion saying these are the things that King is asking for and these are the things we have to disclose? Or are you saying, give me everything?
Both. I'm giving them a copy of the motion so they can know specifically what you requested. And I'm also, at the same time, telling them to give me anything and everything, even if it's not encompassed in the motion.
Okay. So, I'm sorry.
Good.
Okay. So you're doing both. You're saying you have an obligation to turn over all the reports, so you want everything. And then you're also showing them the motion saying this is what has been specifically requested, right?
Correct.
Because despite what's specifically requested, there's a Rule 14 obligation for you to turn over discovery, right?
Yes.
And discovery certainly encompasses police reports, is that right?
Yes.
And grand jury testimony, is that right?
Yes.
And any type of scientific testing, is that right?
Yes.
Witness statements, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, from the Milton Police Department, who was it that told you that you had everything?
I'm assuming it's Lieutenant Collins, he was my primary contact.
Okay. So when Lieutenant Collins told you that you had everything, you relied on Lieutenant Collins' representation that he had given you all of the reports, all of the interviews, all of the materials that were contained in his file, is that right?
Yes.
And you never did any follow-up to find out whether or not that was true, is that right?
No.
All right.
Nope, he didn't. Essentially, Lally trusted the police and did not check any of their production of documents, which we know is an issue because of a suspect and a missing police report that was not given to King. Remember, there was an initial suspect and or witness, and then also a missing police report based on that person. And the more you listen to this, the worse it gets. It's just like, oh, man.
That I have everything that they have. I assume that I have everything that they have.
I guess it's the assumption that we're having a little bit of difficulty with. So instead of assuming, do you ever take it upon yourself to go look at the file?
We're talking about in this case,
In this case, yes.
did you go down and look at the file yourself?
In this case,
And is there a reason for that?
no.
Because you understood it was your obligation to make sure that Mr. King got all of the discovery that he was entitled to, right?
Correct. Well, I mean, sort of the reason for that would be that I asked for everything was told and I have. I didn't feel the need to go down to look through the file myself to see if there was anything beyond that.
We have a training within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to do your own searching through these files, to not rely on individual police departments to turn over discovery to you. Did anyone ever tell you that during training that would probably be a good idea?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And by the time you had Mr. King's case, how many years had you been an assistant district attorney?
By the time I was assigned Mr. King's case, probably 16 years.
So for 16 years, your practice was that you relied on the individual police departments to give you everything. And if you didn't get it, you waited until it's right before the trial to look through the trial file. Is that what you do? You look through the file right before trial?
No, not right before trial. That's I think, that's not what I said.
Okay. But your practice is to rely on the police departments, individual police departments, to give you all of the discovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Your practice isn't to go to the individual police departments and look at their files, right?
No. No. Do you hear that, Adam Lally? Before working on the Myles King case in 2021, worked for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for 16 years. Which means we're now looking at potentially 16 years of things that can be looked into that Adam Lally worked on. Like, you think the Proctor of it all is bad, and you couple that with Sean Good at Canton PD, and now you got Adam Lally, who was hired, not trained on a basic procedure on how to double check, triple check what's being handed over in discovery. Just trust the police. They'll do the job. Don't worry about it. He was never trained, he says, on how to deal with this. Guess who was doing the training in the office? Guess who was doing the checking of all the ADAs in the office? If you're thinking Greg Connor, Chief Trial Counsel, you're right. If you're thinking now retired First Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beeland, you're right. At least Beeland is now retired and she's not there anymore and she's not running for a promotion like Greg Connor is. Man, I told you guys it was bad. I told you. And people see Greg Connor and that there are certain victims' families, very limited, that are in favor of him. But then you have all of these other cases, and no one cares about that? I know some of you have a problem with the whole Karen Reed thing. Take that out of your mind. Do you not care about Sandra Birchmore? Do you not understand there's more cases like Sandra Birchmore that haven't had the same spotlight as her case? And her case doesn't even have the spotlight like Karen's case did, and John's case. I really can't. I can't. You are quite literally the chief trial counsel and you are trying to get a promotion. That's what that is. He left his job at the DA's office to run for a promotion because he has to be elected. It's the only way that he becomes district attorney. And he is essentially right underneath the number one, Michael Morrissey, with all of these things. And you're telling me now we have an ADA who's trying to say he wasn't trained on proper basic procedure of discovery? If you watch the pretrial hearings for either of the Karen Reed trials, you can understand all the things that were going wrong in those cases. I just watched a clip again of Liza Little. She was one of Karen Reed's attorneys, going over the discovery issues with Adam Lally in the John O'Keefe investigation. And she actually quite literally said, it has been 21 months since Karen's indictment, and we haven't seen any of the physical evidence. 21 months. I say this to you guys pretty often, but there are rules that the state has to abide by when it comes to indicting someone, specifically for a very, very, very specific crime like murder. They have a certain time frame that they legally have to oblige by in order to hand over discovery. I always give the example of John O'Keefe's clothing. 21 months. And Adam Lally was still saying at that hearing when Liza Little was like, please don't give him another chance, Judge Cannoni. Please don't do this. He's just going to say another 30 or 60 days. The lab has it, yada, yada, yada. And Judge Cannoni gave him more time. You see the problem? I really can't. I like, you cannot vote for Greg Conner and say you're for all victims. You can't. You can't. You can't. I think it's really fucking gross when I see people. I went on Facebook for one moment the other day to look at something. And of course, something about the election pops up and it's a Greg Conner thing. And it's like all these comments, yay, Greg Conner, yay. I'm like, do you people not see what's going on? Hello? Do you not see what's going on here? Do you not see? You think he's fit for the job when he was already supposed to be training people? And now he's saying, oh, I could go in and clean it up. I think there's more things training-wise we could do. Why weren't you doing it from the get-go, sir? Well, I wasn't the top dog. It wasn't all on me. But you had a very important position in the office. And you did jack shit about it. And now look at all the crap we're dealing with and all the money we're wasting because a lazy lizard Lally couldn't hand over a police report of an original suspect or witness in a case. I can't. And now you have someone like Myles King who might walk free, who may have actually done the crime. And a victim's family is going to suffer because of these basic mistakes. Oh, man. Really grinds my gears, guys. It really does. So just going off of that missing Milton Police Department's police report about this witness or original suspect. So Rosemary Scappichio at this hearing brings up these reports by Milton PD that were ultimately turned over by ADA Hickman in 2025. So it was Hickman, when she took over this case, realized that this was missing. So she's the one that handed it over. But all of these reports, these missing, I say that in quotations, were actually from earlier on in the case in 2022. And Lally thought that there was only one missing report. However, there were several. And of course, that brings us to all of the missing search warrants. And just as a reminder, these are search warrants mainly regarding cell phone data, tower dump stuff, geofence stuff, basically trying to figure out who was in the vicinity of this area before or during and immediately after when Simmons was killed. This is a doozy. Enjoy, folks.
Go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Lally, you understood when you reviewed the materials that Trooper Proctor was sending you that they didn't contain the search warrants that you knew had been issued, right?
I'm sorry, when I reviewed the material?
Yeah, you said when you got the materials from Trooper Proctor, you would immediately review them, and that same day. Okay, so when you reviewed the materials that Trooper Proctor gave you from the state police, you had to have known that the search warrants weren't there, right?
I didn't. You did? I did not. You did not. I didn't realize that I took Dr. Office and sent it to the council.
So did Trooper Proctor give you the search warrants and you just didn't turn them over? Or are you saying Trooper Proctor never turned them over to you?
No, as far as what I provided to you as far as discovery was concerned related to search warrants is what I have been provided by Proctor. I know that there was at least at one point conversation in reference to there was a partial affidavit, but an affidavit without an application return and copy of the warrant itself. And I never received it, therefore you didn't get it.
But you know, I was looking for it. Did you call Trooper Proctor and say, hey, there's 6 search warrants outstanding. Can you get me those, please?
I would disagree with that. I did not know that you were looking for it. I don't think it ever once came up as far as our conversations regarding discovery was 2021 search warrant.
So are you saying that search warrants on Rule 14 discovery, sir?
I'm not saying that the onus is on you at all. I'm just saying when you say that you knew I was looking for it, I didn't, because we never talked about it once.
Well, we talked about getting all the exculpatory evidence from Mr. King, didn't we? We talked about that on a number of occasions, right?
One question at a time. Which one do you want?
We talked about getting the exculpatory evidence from Mr. King, right?
As far as your file motions to that effect, yes.
But you don't have to wait for a defendant to file motions. You know you have an independent obligation to turn over information to a defendant under the Constitution, right? And under Rule 14, right?
Yes.
So you didn't need a motion to say we needed search warrants, but if you needed one, Exhibit 1 also asks for search warrants, doesn't it? So did you read Exhibit 1 at all?
Right now, no, I didn't.
Did you read it when you got it?
Of course, yes.
And do you have a memory of whether or not we asked for all search warrants that were issued?
Do I remember now what's in the motion that you filed on December 21? I know.
Okay. Do you remember the motion asking for all documents, all turret tapes, all work reports? Do you remember that?
Objection.
What's that objection?
Either remember this or
My point is, it's been marked as an exhibit.
yeah,
I
I
think
think
that
that-
was, I think it's one of just.
In any event, you didn't realize that you had turned over the search warrants until when, sir?
I was made aware of this after the statement case.
So sometime in 2025, you realized that you didn't turn over the search warrants.
Yes.
And at that point, does anyone go to you and say, why didn't you turn over the search warrants?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation with ADA Hickman regarding the search warrants?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And did you indicate to her any reason why you wouldn't have turned over these search warrants?
Objection.
Sustained.
Judge, have you heard of this?
Yes.
So, in addition to the haphazard discovery practice from the district attorney's office with respect to this witness, I'm trying to establish that the office itself had no policies and no follow-up when discovery was disclosed to me. And the only way to do that is to ask him about the conversations he had with ADA Hickman, who's also going to be a witness in this case, Judge, about what happened. Because I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that they would have had some conversation saying, how'd you miss it?
Okay. The objection is still sustained.
So you remember having a conversation with ADA Hickman, is that right?
Yes.
Were you shown the search warrants?
I don't see the relevance of whether he shows search warrants in 2025.
Because Judge, it's going to
They
go
were
to challenge.
disclosed in 2025. The question is, what was his practice and why didn't he disclose it before?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So, did you have a practice within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office of ensuring that you turn over search warrants?
Practice?
Did you personally have a practice?
No, not
Did the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office have a practice of making sure that search warrants that were generated out of district courts were contained in the file and turned over to defense attorneys?
that would be the expectation, yes. I don't think it was a formal policy or a practice, but any discoverable material needs to be turned over.
Did you ever go to the Quincy District Court, sir, where these search warrants were generated, to get copies of them prior to their disclosure in 2025?
No, I didn't.
But you knew they were issued out of the Quincy District Court, right?
That I didn't.
And you knew that they weren't contained in anything that you had turned over because you looked at everything you turned over, right?
So that would be the family, is that I didn't realize that it had not been turned over.
I can't. So bad. It's so bad.
So, sir, were you then aware that there were another 4 search warrants that were issued in 2022?
Yes.
Did you have any participation in drafting the affidavits for those search warrants?
Drafting? No.
Who drafted the affidavits for those search warrants?
My memory would be true proper.
Trooper Proctor drafted. When he finished drafting, did he send it to you and say, "Is this okay? Can we file it?"
It might be forwarded to my attention for edits or things of that nature, but I wouldn't consider myself a drafter.
Okay. And can you just remind us? Do you remember what date Myles King was arraigned?
In this one,
Yes.
sometime in December of 2021.
Okay. And then you remember in January 2021, after the arraignment, seeking search warrants for information regarding Mr. King.
Regarding Mr. King, no, I don't believe so.
Relative to anything in this case.
Yes, and it was more geofence that they were looking for.
And why are you looking for the geofence information in 2022 after Mr. King had been indicted?
To try to identify the person who was with Mr. King when he shot Mr. Simmons.
I'm sorry?
To try to identify the second party that was with Mr. King when he shot Mr. Simmons.
And did you bring your request for the search warrant to the Superior Court and ask for permission to file a search warrant after indictment?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you know whether or not you have an obligation to do that once the defendant is indicted, and you want to file an additional search warrant to bring that to the attention of the Superior Court?
That is my practice.
And did you do that in this case?
I didn't do anything in this case, like it's a search warrant, as far as bringing the search warrant.
I'm sorry?
I didn't bring any search warrants, and so I don't recall where it was from.
So are you saying that Trooper Proctor did this on his own, and you were unaware of it?
I'm not saying I'm aware, I'm saying as far as there was not involved in actually applying for search warrants.
Okay, so, but you knew they would happen, right?
Yes.
And so my question to you is, did you know that do you believe you had any obligation to come before the Superior Court after Mr. King was arraigned to ask for permission to file additional search warrants?
Any obligation? No.
Did you come before the Superior Court and ask for permission to file additional search warrants in this case?
Did I?
Do you know if anyone from your office did?
I don't think so.
Now, do you know whether or not after a defendant is indicted, whether it's still proper procedure to go to the district, if they're indicted in the Superior Court, to go to the district court to request additional search warrants? Is that proper procedure, sir?
It can be.
It can be. Okay. Do you believe there's any mechanism by which, once the defendant is arraigned in Superior Court, if you wanted to issue any additional search warrants, that a defendant has an opportunity to be heard? Should I move to introduce the...
Yeah. I wanted to show the whole chunk of that without me talking, so you guys can see Rosemary Scappichio's line of questioning, because she brings you through all of it. Because there was at one point where Lally was basically alluding to blaming Proctor. And then the next moment he goes, well, no. Because if you've been following some of the other cases, this wouldn't be the first time where there's been some, we'll say sketchy things about Michael Proctor in some search warrants. Going back to Greg Connor, he likes to boast about the Brian Walsh case and how he was able to secure justice for Anna Walsh's family. Well, barely, by the skin of his teeth, because once again, there were issues with the phone and the search warrants about the phone data of Brian Walsh. Michael Proctor was the lead investigator from Massachusetts State Police on the Brian Walsh case. Greg Connor, as the head ADA trying this case, chose not to call Michael Proctor. And I think we can all reasonably come to the conclusion one of the reasons why Michael Proctor was not called for that case was because of the search warrant issue. Literally, this phone data, if you watch the Brian Walsh case, we got to see Nick Guarino, was it Guarino? Yes, and also Connor Keefe, Massachusetts State Police, go up there and testify with all of the phone data. That almost was not available for them because of Michael Proctor's mess up. Like it was like by the skin of his teeth that was able to be included in the testimony. Can you imagine if the jury in that case didn't see step by step what Brian Walsh was doing in the time before and immediately after Anna Walsh was killed? Can you imagine? Not only that, if you want to relate that back to the Karen Reed case, why didn't we have that same information for what Karen Reed was doing? At this time she was here, at this time she was there. How come we didn't have all that video footage? Right. Again, I'm going to keep relating to things that happened in other cases in Norfolk County that some cops do, and then those same cops in other cases do the opposite or not the same. I'm going to keep showing you these examples because it's not normal. This is not how it's supposed to happen. This is not what's supposed to be doing at all. But after that clip, you can see that Lally doesn't want to be held accountable for the issue of these various search warrants. And again, these are all about the phones, right? For Myles King specifically. And also, just a sidebar, this is what I like to do. This investigation was essentially running its course alongside the John O'Keefe murder investigation, and the search warrants for King's case ran the gamut. Proctor wanted all of the cell tower records, the geofence data, and info from all main cell phone providers. That's Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile/Sprint. But for John O'Keefe's case, they didn't pull any of that. They solely only pulled for Karen Reed. And when specifically asking about the geofence data of 34 Fairview Road, where John O'Keefe was found, of course, they only pulled for Google Android phones, not iPhones. But for Myles King, they pulled all that and then some via questionable means of these search warrants and then the supporting affidavits that are supposed to be filed alongside these search warrants. Although Proctor's handling of the King search warrants is questionable, we as a public can reasonably question why in one case Proctor would do a thorough search for what phones were located in the area of the time of death and not another case. And in speaking about turning over these search warrants for King's attorney, Scappichio, Lally kept insisting that he would have to look at the notice of discoveries to see when he handed this information over. But the question is, Scappichio is saying that she never got these search warrants until 2025 when a new ADA was assigned to this case. So, if the notice of discoveries from Lally said they were handed over, but Scappichio says they weren't, then we have a much bigger problem on our hands. Literally. That would look like Lally was not being honest on the discovery notices as to what he handed over to Myles King and his team. Did Lally lie on these notice of discoveries, saying he handed over documentation when in reality he didn't? Chat, what do you think? Because this is what is coming in this case. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good at all. And then we're going to go back to the Milton Police Department's police report of this witness / initial suspect of a man by the name of Michael Turner that we briefly touched upon earlier.
And then it was obviously whatever information is in the file.
So I guess, I don't think I followed that. So my question to you is the way that you keep track of discovery in this case, the notices of discovery that you sent to me? And in addition to those notices, there wasn't, as far as you were understanding, any other discovery out there, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you remember an individual by the name of Turner, right?
Yes.
And who was Mr. Turner in this case? What role did he play?
Mr. Turner was an individual who was identified on a ring camera, who was providing CPR.
So he was there at the time that Mr. Simmons, well, he's one of the people who were there at the time that Mr. Simmons was receiving aid, is that right?
Yes.
And he was at the head of Mr. Simmons' body, is that right?
I don't know if it was at the head of the chest, but it was still, yes.
Okay. And was he a black or white individual?
Black, I believe.
Okay. And when's the first time you heard the name Turner in the course of this investigation? Do you recall?
At some point, it took a bit of time, I believe, to identify him, and he didn't stay on the scene, so it took a bit of time for us to establish his identity from talking to people around the neighborhood, and then I was given the name, and that's something to the grand jury.
When you were talking to people around the neighborhood, were you showing them a photograph of Mr. Turner?
To be clear, I was not walking around and talking to people in the neighborhood, investigators were, and I believe that's what they were doing, was showing the photograph.
Okay, Mr. Turner.
Yes.
You review these documents and whether or not you recognize them.
I recognize what it is, but I don't recognize it, and I haven't seen it before.
You've never seen that document before?
Nope.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
It appears to be a photograph of Mr. Turner from the video.
And you didn't know that back on July 27th of 2021, that the police department had a photograph of Mr. Turner, who was a person who was at the victim's head at the time that the police and the ambulance showed up? You didn't know that?
I knew that there was obviously video depicting that, but I didn't know that there was a photograph and a posted notice in regard to it.
So the police never told you they were showing a photograph around the neighborhood of who they thought might have been Mr. Turner to see if anyone could identify him because he was at Mr. Simmons' head when the police came and the ambulance came?
Not that I recall, and this is the one report that I was referencing earlier, as far as the report that I didn't see.
This is from the Milton Police Department?
Yes.
Did you ever have any conversations with anyone from the Milton Department regarding Mr. Turner?
As far as this, as I mentioned, they were able to identify him, and an address with some of the grand jury.
Did you ever speak to a Sergeant Clifford Murphy regarding Mr. Turner?
Regarding Mr. Turner, not that I can recall.
I'm sorry?
No, I don't believe I talked to her about.
What about Lieutenant Michael Collins? Did you talk to him about Mr. Turner?
I believe he would have been the one to give me Mr. Turner's information so I could issue him the summons.
What about Milton Detective Mr. Similidoro?
Not that I can recall specifically in relation to Mr. Turner.
Okay. So when did you become aware of this photograph? Well, first of all, let me introduce it. I have a copy of the report as well. I introduce this as the next exhibit.
Any objection? All right.
Wait, I want to see it.
What's this?
That's a copy of what I'm introducing. You want to see this one? It is the photo of third page. Photographs of what they thought was Mr. Turner to individuals in the neighborhood.
2025.
When in 2025, sir?
I don't.
Did anyone ever report back to you that they had a photograph of Mr. Turner?
No.
And you understood how important Mr. Turner was, right, to the defense?
Potentially.
Okay, because Mr. Turner was there when this alleged statement Mizzy Cash did it was supposed to have been said, right?
Judge.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, was there an objection?
Yes.
No, overrule the objection.
What's the answer?
No, that's not my understanding.
What did you, well, you said you didn't know anything about the photograph of Mr. Turner, so now you know he wasn't there?
You asked me whether or not I knew that Mr. Turner was there when the statement was made. I don't know that. When the statement was made, it was made to Officer Colley, who was leaning into Mr. Simmons as they lay on the ground. I don't know that Mr. Turner was there because Mr. Turner was gone prior to the officers arriving there. That's why they didn't identify him initially.
Well, they did describe him, right? Stop. The officers described Mr. Turner, right?
No, I think
The officers described Mr. Turner. They described him as a heavy-set black man, right?
that they observed in the video. Yes, I don't think they observed him on scene.
Well, you didn't ask them, hey, you know if Turner heard that statement? This was Mizzy Cash?
Did I ask them whether or not they knew that Mr. Turner had overheard or not? No.
Did you ever send them out to say, hey, go find Mr. Turner and see whether or not he overheard the statement attributed to the victim saying that Mizzy Cash killed him?
That's why we're looking for Mr. Turner.
Do you guys see why important this Mr. Michael Turner is? Because he's either a part of the initial witnesses and or a suspect. That's who they're talking about. Someone that was at the scene, who was present for the initial EMTs and police officers and obviously, fire department. But then Lally says he wasn't there. So there's like miscommunication there as well. And we're about to hear all of the things that the police did in order to investigate this individual and figure out who they were. And none of that was handed over to Rosemary Scappichio. None of it. That's a big deal. When you have one witness, in this case, it was Marquise Simmons, the victim's mother, who was also at the scene, who originally said that she did not hear her son say Myles King's name. But then in grand jury testimony, this mother says that yes, her son did say that, did name Myles King. So again, you have a conflicting statement there. But then you have another suspect or witness that is there, not there, running from police, doing something. And apparently they didn't find it appropriate to give this to the now named defendant, Myles King. Yeah. That is on the same level, if you're trying to relate it back to Karen Reed, as Michael Proctor withholding names like Colin Albert. Okay? It's on that level. Believe what you want about Colin Albert. He was in the house, he wasn't in the house. But I'm going to keep reminding you that Boston Magazine article that came out that all of the fans of the McCabe and Albert crew said was so bad for Karen Reed and Adam Deitch. We got confirmation that federal investigators considered Brian Albert and Colin Albert as suspects in the murder investigation of John O'Keefe. Okay? back to Lally, Myles King, and Michael Turner.
Okay. So the photograph that you became aware of in 2025, when was it generated? Do you know?
I don't.
Did you, so somebody else did this without your knowledge? Is that what happened?
No, without my knowledge. As far as my knowledge was that there were two individuals on the ring camera. One we knew who it was, and the other person I wanted to know who it was so that we could bring him in the grand jury and find out what they did, whether or not they had witnessed the shooting itself, or the statements, any information inculpatory or exculpatory to provide.
Okay. And when you found out in 2025 that there was this photo being generated, did you have any conversations with anyone in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office about that photo?
Yes.
Who'd you have a conversation with?
Probably Ms. Hickman.
Attorney Hickman?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever get to the bottom of why you weren't provided with a photograph of an individual who may have been an eyewitness to this crime?
Objection.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
That was the answer.
I didn't hear it, that's why I was getting no problem. Now, you understand that before the information was disclosed to me in 2025, Mr. Turner passed away, right?
That's my understanding.
So the defense attorney never had an opportunity to find him and interview him. Because we,
There was an objection.
okay?
Well, I mean, let me just understand. Having read the paper, my understanding was that Turner was brought to the grand jury
I'm getting it.
and invoked,
Yes,
right? So I assume the grand jury minutes were disclosed. So the predicate for your question is, maybe it's several steps away. Maybe the grand jury minutes involving Mr. Turner were never disclosed to you. I don't know. But
I'm getting it.
let's get there.
Okay. So, was Mr. Turner ever summoned to the grand jury?
He was.
And how'd you find him?
Again, I was given the information from Lieutenant Collins as far as his name, address, and summons.
We had you summoned him, do you know that? Okay. When he got to the grand jury, sir, did he testify in front of the grand jury?
He did not.
Why not?
He had indicated prior to the day of his testimony that he wished to speak to an attorney. In regards to the 5th, we arranged for that as far as the attorney today to speak with Mr. Turner. That was obviously done outside my presence. The practice would be if the attorney believes that there is a 5th Amendment privilege, bring him over to this courthouse, the judge will insert that privilege on record.
And did that happen with Mr. Turner? Did Mr. Turner get brought before a judge to assert the privilege?
Yes, I believe it was an in-camera hearing for Judge Cosgrove over in 25. I wasn't obviously present for whatever the 5th was, but I was informed that he had a valid 5th and he was asserted.
And the information regarding Mr. Turner taking the 5th, when was that turned over to Mr. King?
I don't think it was.
You don't think it was? Why not?
I don't have a good explanation for that, other than it was never asked for, and it's not really a statement of mine. I don't know that it's several 114.
You don't know if a witness who could potentially be an eyewitness to the crime shows up at the grand jury and takes the 5th. You don't know if that's discoverable to the defendant? Is that what you just said?
No, as far as the statement, there's no statement that, there's nothing as far as what Mr. Turner said that I'm privy to.
But the fact that he's taking the 5th and he thinks he has an issue of self-incrimination, do you not believe that would have been exculpatory to Mr. King?
I think it's something that should have been turned over, yes.
So why did you turn it over?
I don't have an explanation.
So why didn't you turn it over? I don't have an explanation, Lally says. So what we learned from that is ADA Adam Lally identifies Mr. Michael Turner as an individual seen on ring camera who was present while Mr. Simmons, the victim, was receiving aid. He was eventually found via questionable means by Proctor and was brought into the grand jury to testify, where he too invoked his Fifth Amendment, just like other witnesses have done. And of course, who was the judge on this grand jury? None other than Judge Robert Cosgrove. If you guys were here for my last live stream, I went over that website that just a nice random citizen like me and you put together about the governor's council, who basically helps elect and appoint the judges in Massachusetts. And we went into Judge Cannoni, and that was there for the first time that I learned, and probably a lot of you too, that Judge Robert Cosgrove was one of the reasons why Judge Cannoni got a promotion to the Superior Courts. We listened to the audio where Robert Cosgrove was basically her reference, was one judge, was her reference, and just said all of the nicest things about Judge Beverly Cannoni. So, although Judge Cosgrove, when he was a judge, he's now retired, and now he's a special prosecutor. Although he had minimal time in Norfolk County when he was a judge, can you see why even the little things that he was on were so hugely important? One of them being this Myles King case in the grand jury. And sitting in front of him is a witness and or a suspect that may have or may not have been present at the scene of this unaliving. This is the shit that never ends. Do-do-do-do. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. So, Scappichio, as you can see, shows Lally this photograph of Turner from a Ring video. And Lally says he recognizes what it is, but he has never seen it before, which is concerning, as the main ADA on this case. And then Scappichio establishes that the police had this photograph in July of 2021. And then Lally also says that he didn't know about it and that the police were showing this photograph around to neighbors until 2025, when he was officially off of the case. But a little piece of information about this photograph is Rosemary Scappichio talks about this thing called BRIC. And I don't think a lot of people know about this. So I also did my research on this. So when Scappichio is asking about this photograph of Turner from the Ring video footage, and also this flyer that was given out to neighbors, specifically to identify Turner, Lally is asked about this BRIC, B-R-I-C, that appears on this photograph. And Lally says he sees the word, but he doesn't understand who generated it, who distributed it. And he says BRIC, B-R-I-C, was not part of the investigation as he understood it. And here comes the problem. Because Scappichio establishes that Lally didn't know about the photograph or this reference to BRIC. What is BRIC? BRIC stands for Boston Regional Intelligence Center and is part of the Boston Police Department. It is essentially BPD's intelligence fusion center that coordinates data collection, social media tracking, cell phone tracking, and other investigative analysis. BRIC was used for many units, including Boston Police Department's fugitive unit that Brian Albert worked for 16 years until he retired in September 2023 as the unit commander. As a Massachusetts State Police investigator, like Michael Proctor, they could and would contact people like Brian Albert for guidance with BRIC. Albert would have worked with BRIC daily on his cases. And contacting Albert directly would have helped Proctor bypass any administrative delays. Because if Proctor would have contacted BRIC directly, there's a lot of paperwork and there's a lot of hoops that they would make you jump through. However, if you have an in at Boston PD, as an example, a unit commander of something like the fugitive unit, they could absolutely push that along to make it go faster. Now, here's the thing. This is my speculation, okay? This is my speculation because we don't know exactly what happened with Massachusetts State Police, with BRIC, and then if anything else happened within Boston Police Department when it comes to the Myles King case, and specifically in trying to identify this suspect or witness, Michael Turner. But now we know there is a potential link that I absolutely had to point it out to you guys, because this is the stuff that they don't tell us, the public. I had no idea that BRIC was a thing. I had no idea. Boston Regional Intelligence Center. I know there was a Massachusetts Fusion Center. I don't know why that didn't click that there was also a Boston PD sector too. Should know this, right? So I don't know. We also cannot forget, I remind you guys this all the time, that one of like the uppers of Boston PD does reside in Canton, is literally 5 minutes from 34 Fairview Road, literally. So you can see how when we look at all these other cases, we start learning other tidbits and we start realizing, wait. If this is a thing in this case, is this also a possible link in another case too? Because then you have someone like, as an example, Canton Police Department Police Officer Kelly Dever, who did that whole crazy testimony for trial 2, said that she saw Police Chief Ken Berkowitz and ATF agent Brian Higgins in the Sallyport of Canton Police Department next to Karen Reed's SUV for quote unquote a widely long time. And then she transfers to Boston PD, where she gets pulled in by federal investigators and is questioned about what she sees on the Sallyport video footage. But then the very upper Commissioner Michael Cox brings her in as a newer to the department police officer for a one-on-one meeting specifically about this. I don't know. Brian Albert as Boston PD, John O'Keefe as Boston PD, Proctor, Greg Long, like something. I don't know, friends. But thank you to Rosemary Scappichio for bringing that information to light, because at least now we have that in our back pocket, probably for future public records requests, to see what, if anything, I'm always going back to Adam Lally, what, if anything, could be brought out about that. And honestly, looking at these things and the more little tidbits that we find, I don't know. It starts making me feel very uncomfortable, because I think the more we find out, the closer and closer we get, and who knows if anything will come out about it. Who knows? So just like the Karen Reed trials, we also have some video footage fuckery afoot here too. You can't really make this up. So we have issues with either missing, edited, cropped, something ring video footage from the scene, and potentially things that may have been caught on this video footage. So let's get into that now with the Myles King case.
Do you remember that?
I don't recall that in reference to the ring.
Okay. Do you remember anyone putting in some ring camera at the grand jury? Was it you?
Yes.
And do you remember the ring camera showing kids walking down the street? One in a green sweatshirt, one in a green sweatsuit, one in a red sweatsuit. Nick, do you have that? Do you remember at all whether or not it was represented to you that what you were introducing at the grand jury with respect to this ring camera was the entirety of the ring camera? Is that what you understood when you were introducing it to the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you ever learn that it actually wasn't the entirety of the ring camera? That there were other things on the ring camera that weren't turned over, either to you or to me?
It's compound, and I'll ask you to just break it down.
Sure. The ring camera that you introduced at the grand jury in the case against Mr. King, did you understand that to be the full ring video that police officers generated or seized as a result of this case, right?
Yes.
No one told you they edited it in any way, right?
No.
And if it was edited, you would have introduced the whole thing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever learn in the course of your representing the Commonwealth in this case that what you introduced in front of the grand jury wasn't the entire ring camera?
Did I learn that? No.
Are you just finding out about this for the first time today?
Right now.
Okay. If I told you that ring camera had an individual dressed in a green sweatsuit and an individual dressed in a red sweatsuit walking in the area of the crime at the time, would that have been something you'd sent your officers out to investigate?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case, sir?
I send them out to investigate something I wasn't aware of. No.
Can you think of any reason why a police officer would edit a ring camera before sending it to the grand jury?
Can I think of a reason? Sure. I mean, length, things of that nature, but if there's a video that's going to be introduced as an exhibit for the grand jury, I might, if I'm presenting a case, I'm going to introduce the entirety of the video. I might also introduce it as a separate exhibit, a smaller, singular portion of it, but the entire video will be admitted as an exhibit.
And that was your practice back when you indicted Mr. King, right?
Always at the practice.
So you introduce the entire video, and then if you want the grand jurors to focus on a certain portion of the video, you do a clip, and you introduce that as a separate exhibit, right?
Correct.
In this case, you introduced the ring video that was given to you. By who? Who gave you the ring video, do you remember?
Specifically, no, but my assumption would be triple property.
Okay. And did anyone ever ask you to look at that ring camera video that you introduced at the grand jury and look at the full ring camera video before you testified here today?
No, up until right now, I thought that the video was the full video.
Can I just ask, the ring camera video that we're referring to, where was it shot from? What area did it depict?
The one that, if I'm correct, and what Mr. Scappichio was talking about would be depicting sort of the front area of Mr. Simmons' home where he was found, where he was being treated by Mr. Proctor and Mr. Turner. If I'm correct, in what she's referring to.
Okay, and that's where first responders responded?
Yes.
Okay. Did that ring camera video, as it was provided to you, depict Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And did it also depict the first responders arrived?
Yes.
And did it depict that Mr. Turner was on scene with the first responders were arrived?
He is not visible on camera when the first responders.
Okay.
So as you can see, there are issues with this ring video footage. Again, I think I've seen this film before. So at this point now, Rosemary Scappichio is going hard on Lally about this video footage, rightfully so. And then obviously you hear him say, well, I don't remember who gave it to me, but likely Proctor. Gee. So at this point, the ADAs are sitting there, and I visibly remember them being like, shit. Like you can just see like crap, we have to fix this. So they spend the next couple of minutes trying to clean this up, because you can just see, just like earlier about the checklist, Lally is bouncing back and forth between the different things that he is saying, and he doesn't make sense. So the ADAs start trying to clean this up, it's kind of working for Krupp, not really. Krupp gets confused at one point and doesn't fully comprehend what the differences is between the different video footages and whatnot. So now you have Rosemary Scappichio that is like, no, this is what the video footage is, and it is edited. It's not the full clip. It's not what everything it should be. Like Rosemary at this point was like fuming. She's really trying to keep her calm, but you can just tell like her demeanor was like she's getting mad. She's getting mad, and I love it. I love it. Someone has to be mad.
The two clips you're talking about,
Yes.
but I understood Attorney Scappichio's questioning to be suggesting that the 2-minute and 1-second clip was a subset of a much longer in-camera video that was obtained by the police at the time that they collected ring camera.
I believe it was. I believe that this video is prior to in the day of the hour of the.
Yeah, but it's 10 seconds. It's not a subset, or it's not a greater set out of which the 2-minute and 1-second clip was taken.
No, just because it comes from the same exact home. It's the same exact ring camera. What they introduced in front of the grand jury was this clip of what happened when Mr. Simmons was shot. What they had and didn't introduce, in my opinion, is what happened right before Mr. Simmons was shot. Who was in the area before Mr. Simmons was shot? It's important to us, Judge, because there was a description.
Before you start arguing the closing.
I'm not trying to do my closing, Judge. I'm trying to tell you why it's important.
I understand. They may have had a clip of 10 seconds before, an hour before this incident, an hour before the 2-minute clip that was introduced in front of the grand jury. That's a different animal. That's different than what you were suggesting in your questioning, which was that the 2-minute and 1-second clip was a subset of a much longer clip that encompassed the 2-minute and 1-second clip introduced to the grand jury.
And that's what I believe happened. You're saying it's two separate
Do
entities?
you have the longer clip? That the 2-minute and 1-second clip was a subset.
Well, I have the two clips, Judge. It's a continuation of the same view from the same camera. So what I introduced
Is there any evidence that the police or anybody investigating this case had the whole ring camera video from whatever time, 1659 through 1810?
There's an email, Judge.
Does that not sound familiar? Judge Krupp just asked about this video footage because he thinks it's only a 10-second clip because that was what was provided. So Judge Krupp is thinking the only part that recorded was this 10 seconds. Unless you have your camera set for that, no. That is a portion of a video that was then edited or cropped out by someone. And who did we hear that same questioning before in regards to clips? Not John O'Keefe being clipped by the car, by the way. Specifically, the Sallyport video footage. Oh, it's only motion activated. That's all that we got. Remember? Mass State Police and DA's office. That's what they stuck to. This is all that we got for footage. It records backwards, inverted, la 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 la. It's jumping because it records all jumpy like that. Bullshit. 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 Same thing here. Same thing here. And who was the video provided by? Proctor. Again.
1659 through 1810.
There's an email, Judge, which purports to be from an individual who's trying to contact the district attorney's office about ring camera. It's Mr. Proctor's job to collect the ring camera. There is an email suggesting that this individual had 2 ring cameras available for collection. I don't know what on earth Trooper Proctor would go and get 1 ring camera and leave the other ring camera and not look at it at all, Judge. I don't know. I plan on asking him that when he takes the witness stand.
Yeah, I can just verify for the record. The email was accompanied with the video that was used on the 2066 of the scan. There's an email that was dated from the scan 2016 about the separate 10-second clip that was also forwarded by the president of that home to the Milton police. That is the 10-second clip that is required 1 hour prior to the homicide. No video of one continuous has been referred by Mr. Scappichio that 2-minute, 10-second was somehow edited out from 1 hour video. It was a 10-second clip of the homeowner in that email that was provided to the defense counsel on this too that was provided from that same residence, and then the 2-minute, 10-second video that was from that residence that's put into the grand jury. There is no 1 hour video that anything has been edited out to an email where that 10-second clip came from was provided to Attorney Scappichio explaining where that came from.
Is there a state police memo by Michael Proctor that says on such and such a day, I went to such and such a location, looked at their ring camera video, the only relevant section was this 2-minute, 1-second clip, or describing when and how Trooper Proctor got the video?
Trooper Proctor, my understanding is not going to got the video on it.
Okay.
It's the local police department. There is not a report that was provided by the homeowner, 2-minute, 10-second. And then the homeowner determined that there was a second clip that was approximately 1 hour prior to the homicide, which was produced when I was at the or when I found that.
But nobody actually went to the home to look at the video to see whether there was any relevant on the ring camera.
I don't think so.
So the claim is that this ring video footage by ADA Hickman was that it was given to Milton PD via email, and then that email was then handed over to Proctor. But you heard how Judge Krupp was like, essentially, is there an affidavit? Is there a membo number 5? Dun, dun, dun. Is there a memo from State Police, Proctor, about all of this? Is there anything? No, there's not. Nope, there's not. There's not. And for those of you who are like, oh, this is another town, it's not Canton. In the whole realm and sphere of Norfolk County, I usually like to say that there's not much difference between Canton and the relation to DA Morrissey to Quincy, because Canton holds the DA's office, physical office. Morrissey lives and breathes Quincy. The town next to Quincy is Milton. Milton, in we'll say like average salaries, is very like upper middle upper, okay? This is not a middle and lower income area. This is a very well established neighborhoods, okay? This is why if you see, just as an example, the DAs or the attorneys that are running for district attorney for Norfolk County, you see that a couple of them live in Milton. So it's attorneys, judges, cops, obviously. Paul Gallagher from Canton Police Department lives in Milton. Okay. It's people that are well established, usually, unless you got into Milton early, decades ago. It's very expensive to buy property in Milton, more expensive than Canton. Okay. But the connections between the departments is very similar too. And if we're relating it back to Michael Morrissey, the district attorney, the town line from Quincy and Milton, obviously, they're connected. So Morrissey, even though he prefers seemingly to stay in Quincy, he will like huddle over to Milton every now and then because he won't get in trouble in Milton. Not only that, as someone who is familiar with Milton PD, just from stories and things, from all accounts, a lot of them, from stories I've heard, don't know how to handle cases like this. That like this is not a town that has a ton of issues. Okay, this is not the norm for them. And I could probably tell some stories, but I'll hold back today. I won't tell the stories that I've heard. But just know they usually don't handle crime like this. Occasionally, maybe, but not on the norm. So when you hear all of these, like, witnesses and homeowners are sending Milton PD video footage and then taking this video footage as is instead of going to the house, that's an issue. Proctor, Massachusetts State Police investigators, not going to the homeowner's house to actually get the video footage from the house is an issue. Because what happened in John O'Keefe's case? Well, Trooper David DeChico, one of Proctor's buddies, went to One Meadows, John's home, to retrieve the video footage. Because that's what you're supposed to do. I don't know, investigate. It's part of your freaking job. Oh, Lord. Almost done with this Ring camera video of it all. Hallelujah.
Yeah. My understanding, just so my position is clear, my understanding is the same homeowner sent 2 videos or disclosed that 2 videos existed.
What's your basis for that understanding?
Because it's an email that says, here are 2 videos.
2 different video clips, relevant clips, or 2 different video angles from 2 different ring cameras?
It's the same ring camera. There's only one ring camera in the house.
Okay.
So there's an email that suggests, Judge, that's dated July 11th of 2021, that suggests this is a ring camera, and that they were forwarding this to the Milton Police Department. Now, what gets introduced in front of the grand jury is one of those 2 ring cameras, and I believe it's represented that it's all of the ring cameras that they have. And then I find out sometime in 2026, it's not all of the ring cameras that they have. And that the second ring camera that got disclosed, 25 or 26, I'm losing track of all the they discovered here. But when it gets disclosed, Judge, I realize when I look at it, that the video that is prior to the incident shows 2 individuals who were described on the 911 tape. One having a red sweatsuit, one having a green sweatsuit. They're walking by the house that has this video, and one of the individuals keeps looking back, as if he's looking back or looking for something, which becomes exculpatory to me to be able to look that up. And I'm just trying to figure out, if you got 2 videos, why don't we do just one and why don't you tell me there were 2? That's all we're going to establish.
It's a good question, Rosemary. So like I said, even if Myles King did what the Commonwealth says he did, just the fact that we have more issues with video footage is very telling. But you would think it ends there with all of the evidence and discovery issues. What if I was to tell you that's not it? There's more. There's more. There's fucking more. So, when Myles King was arrested, he was held in Norfolk County for some time, and then he was transferred to Plymouth County for some time. And obviously, he has the right to call people, and obviously, those phone calls when you're in jail are recorded. So there's an issue with calls and the recordings of these calls. Yeah. Like, I really wish one of these cases just had like one thing, 1 or 2 things. No, it's like a dog pile. It's thing on top of thing on top of thing. Oh my God. Miss Priss says, Nightbot warned me for your duck. Oh, it's probably because you just did too many. I think I have a limit of like 15 emojis or something. So just be careful with the emoji spamming. Just be careful. I do love the duck. Members, I love that pink duck. It's so freaking cute. Nanny Doo, thank you for the gold coin. CMN, clock it. Thank you so much. Allie gifted 5 Boozey Beauty memberships. Congratulations to all of you that were able to receive one. I love you, Allie. Thank you so much. And I do have the outro video that Allie made. I can't wait to show you guys if you didn't see it the last live stream. It is so freaking cute. But thank you, Allie. I appreciate you. Cool Catch, thank you for the hiding. Raven Morgan, thank you for the floating heart. Rosalie, also thank you for the floating heart. Oh my God, and a member for 1 month. Look at you, girlfriend. You go, you go, you go. Hello. Thank you for being here. Thank you for dealing with me. All of you, even if you're not a member. Thank you for dealing with me. And Florida Girl, member for 2 months. Thank you for sticking around. What is the consensus on Rosemary there? I love her. Or so you're talking about just like the general public? I would think just the general public really enjoys Rosemary. And I feel like even those of you who don't fully comprehend all of like the court, lawyer, litigations, talk of it all, Rosemary can really dumb it down for us, which I personally love. I love speaking to you guys in layman's terms because I'm not an attorney. I'm just a girl that likes to watch this stuff, right? So yeah, I think she's very well liked from different attorneys and people that I've spoken to that work in the business, the court system. She's very well respected. She's very well respected. She knows her shit, right? And she doesn't let anyone really get away with anything. She knows how to call it out, which I so appreciate. These cases can be a lot. And the load of cases that she takes on is huge. But you also need to remember she doesn't not only do criminal, she also does civil too, because she actually has Lindsay Clancy as her client on the civil side. So Kevin Reddington is on the criminal side for Lindsay Clancy, and Rosemary Scappichio is for the civil side. Now that case, I can't wait for that. That's going to be a good one. That's going to be a good one to watch. And Kitty Cat, member for 1 month. Heck yeah. Thank you so much. Oh, and thank you for attending all of these. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. When I tell you about what happened afterwards, or should I say during the cross-examination, I can't wait to tell you guys because you're going to be like, oh God. We're almost done though, because we need to talk about the jail calls. The jail calls. So, like I said, when you are incarcerated, you have I also had said that with a Bostonian accent. Every now and then it comes out, friends. So when you're incarcerated, you have the opportunity to call people, obviously, and these calls are recorded. Now, the calls for Myles King were also recorded, and yeah, there is an issue with them. So the issue that came up during Lally's testimony involves the recorded jail calls made by Myles King after he was arrested in this case. So, like I just said, you know those calls are recorded. Now, these recordings can potentially become evidence in a criminal investigation, especially if the person that's arrested is just saying all of the things, right? They're admitting that they did it. Now, in King's case specifically, investigators wanted access to his recorded jail calls because they were investigating the unaliving of Marquis Simmons and wanted to know what King was saying while he was in custody. This is where we need to separate two different groups of calls, though, right? Because they came from two different county jails, Norfolk and Plymouth. Now, obviously, both were recorded, both Plymouth and Norfolk. The Plymouth County calls were obtained by the Commonwealth and were in possession of ADA Adam Lally. However, the Norfolk County calls were obtained separately, and those were in the possession of Trooper Michael Proctor, who, of course, we know as the lead investigator of this case. Like, it's the shit that never ends. So just fast forwarding a little bit so we can cover the calls now.
Is your 2025 grand jury testimony regarding Mr. King's jail calls? Do you remember that? Well, let me put this way. Sometime in 2025, after Mr. King was indicted, did you go in front of a separate grand jury asking them to return the jail calls of Mr. King because they had never been returned?
To make the return of the jail calls, yes.
But that wasn't the grand jury that indicted Mr. King, right?
Correct.
And you presented evidence to a separate grand jury, right?
Yes.
After his indictment, right?
Yes.
And you indicated to them that it was just a formality, right? That the grand jury never actually returned the jail calls, so you couldn't introduce them at trial. So you needed a separate grand jury to return the information regarding the jail calls. Is that right?
I think I put it that way. Essentially, so because the jail calls were subpoenaed pursuant to the power of the grand jury, or anything like that has to be returned to the grand jury. That's how we obtained them. We obtained them back in 2021.
And I guess they didn't go before the grand jury in 2021. Is that what happened?
No.
They got returned to a police officer. Is that what happened?
I'm sorry, they got returned to the police officer.
Right. In other words, Trooper Proctor had them, right?
Trooper Proctor had the Norfolk ones, I had the Plymouth ones.
Okay. So there were two sets of jail calls for Mr. King. There were Plymouth ones and Norfolk ones.
Correct.
Trooper Proctor had which one?
Norfolk.
And you had the Plymouth ones.
Yes, because Plymouth ones came in prior to us getting the Norfolk ones. I think we only got the Norfolk ones a week before the indictments were through.
Okay. In any event, you go in front of a separate grand jury in 2025. What was your authority to go before a separate grand jury in 2025 to return jail calls that had been subpoenaed by a grand jury in 2021?
Again, so anything subpoenaed pursuant to the power of the grand jury has to be returned to the grand jury. It doesn't have to be the same grand jury that heard the case. Wasn't asking this grand jury to vote on anything. There was no presentation of any indictments or anything of that sort. It was just a process by which they have to be returned to a grand jury, whether it's jail calls, medical records, business records, anything that someone's pursuant to the power of the grand jury has to be returned to the grand jury.
All right. So this is where the second grand jury comes into the story, because let me see this. Oh God, it's a mess. Like this whole friggin' thing. Like you can't make this up. So here's the deal. There ended up being two different grand juries. Okay. Now in 2021, that grand jury subpoenaed King's jail calls as part of its investigation into this case. Now, those calls were obtained. Oh, did I unmute? Yes, I did. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Those calls were obtained, but according to Lally's testimony that we just listened to, there was a procedural problem with what happened next. The Norfolk County calls were not formally returned to that grand jury in 2021 that had subpoenaed them. Instead, they were returned to a police officer, Michael Proctor. Now, when you hear the word returned, that can be a little bit confusing, which also confused me. So I made a phone call to make sure I knew what I was talking about, and I was right. So when you hear the word returned, it kind of sounds like someone was supposed to hand the calls back to someone, because that's what we would think, just as like, regular Joe Schmoes. But that's not what's meant here. So in this context, returning the evidence means formally bringing the subpoenaed material back before a grand jury as part of completing the subpoena process. So the 2021 grand jury asked for the calls. The calls were obtained, but the formal process of returning those subpoenaed materials to the grand jury apparently did not happen at that time. Proctor's just like, yep, I'm going to hold on to them. And this is important because it does not necessarily mean that Proctor was like prohibited in any way from looking at the calls before the grand jury formally received them. However, investigators and prosecutors can review evidence obtained through a grand jury subpoena before that evidence is formally presented to the grand jury. So simply saying like Proctor looked at the calls before the grand jury got them wouldn't tell the whole story, and is not necessarily the issue here. The more interesting question is what happened with that information investigators obtained from those calls and what the prosecutor knew about them. Prosecutor ADA Adam Lally, which obviously brings us to Proctor, because while the Norfolk County calls were in Proctor's possession, Proctor listened to them and then made notes about what he heard. Can we all question, were those calls edited at all? Were there things that he tried to misconstrue and things he didn't want to be heard on those calls? Is that the reason why he didn't bring him back to the 2021 grand jury? Or was it just laziness? I think we're all kind of past the point of saying Proctor was lazy and a little bit more purposeful with his actions and or lack of inactions. Right, chat?
You don't know what it is.
I don't know what his handwriting looks like. It appears to be notes. I've never seen that.
You've never seen the note before. So during the time period that you represented the Commonwealth, you didn't know that Trooper Proctor had notes of listening to jail calls from Mr. King before there was a return on those in front of the grand jury?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And with respect to the notes, do you see anywhere in these notes references to Mr. King's social media accounts with passwords?
I didn't see the word password.
Does it appear to be connected to an account of Mr. King?
Could be.
Do you know what you said here today, Attorney Lally, when it was that the prosecution became aware of Mr. King's passwords and usernames for social media?
Do I have that?
Do you not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sure. Do you know, as you sit here today, when the Commonwealth became aware that somebody in the police department had access to the jail calls and was taking note of Mr. King's social media accounts, usernames, and passwords?
Judge, just two questions.
Fair enough. You break it down.
Sure. Do you know whether or not anyone from the Commonwealth understood that a police officer was listening to Mr. King's jail calls?
Huh.
And being apprised of Mr. King's social media accounts? Do you know that?
No, I don't know anything about that. Ay, 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 ay. So you heard her ask about Michael Proctor's notes, and he's just like, well, I don't recognize Michael Proctor's handwriting. I don't know about you guys, but I am very into these public records requests, and some things that we got recently were the handwritten notes by these troopers and Mass State police officers. I could pick out which one is Proctor. That's how chicken scratch his handwriting is. It's like very obvious. Like some of them have very nice penmanship, not Proctor. Not that I can say like mine's any more better, but you know, like you can point out people's handwriting, especially when you've been dealing with was in the DA Norfolk County DA unit since September 2019. Adam Lally was there, obviously, for that time. You're going to tell me you don't know Proctor's handwriting? You've seen it time and time again. It's not like you have 30 cops from the state police working on that unit. Like, let's be so for real. I just can't. So once she gets more in depth with these notes, Rosemary Scappichio, she shows Lally the notes and that Proctor made while listening to Myles King's Norfolk County jail calls. Those notes included information concerning King's social media accounts, including usernames and passwords. Lally testified that he had never seen those notes before, and then Scappichio asked whether Lally knew that someone in the police department had been listening to King's jail calls and obtaining information about King's social media accounts. Lally said he didn't know anything about it. And that is where this connects back to the larger discovery issue. The defense is not simply arguing that Proctor was forbidden from listening to these calls. The defense is pointing out that an investigator was listening to recorded jail calls, making investigative notes, and apparently obtaining information from those calls that was being used to investigate King's social media accounts, while the prosecutor responsible for the case says he did not know about this activity was taking place. How don't you know what's going on in your own case? Which obviously raises questions about what information was being generated during the investigation, who had it, whether it's made its way to Adam Lally, and whether it ultimately made its way into the discovery provided to the defense. Also, there's an issue with that grand jury return. Remember, the grand jury in 2021 asked for this information and didn't get it back. The 2021 grand jury had subpoenaed the jail calls, but according to Lally, the calls were not formally returned to that grand jury. Instead, they were returned to Proctor. Years later, in 2025, Lally went before a different grand jury and formally returned the Norfolk County jail calls. Lally testified that this was a procedural matter. He was not asking that new grand jury to make a decision about King's case. The purpose was to formally return the material that had originally been subpoenaed. Why? Because he would have not been able to use that information without bringing it to a grand jury. So, there are several different pieces to this. The grand jury subpoenaed the calls. There were 2 different sets of calls from 2 different county jail systems. Lally had Plymouth, Proctor had Norfolk. Proctor listened to the Norfolk calls and made notes. Those notes contained information concerning King's social media accounts. Lally testified that he didn't know about these notes or that investigative activity. And then the Norfolk County calls were not formally returned to a grand jury until 2025, 4 years later. So Myles King, as a defendant, can rightfully ask, what was happening with that evidence, who had access to it, what information were investigators obtaining from it, what did Adam Lally know, the prosecutor, and did all of that information ultimately make its way into the Commonwealth's discovery and over to the defense? That is why the jail calls become relevant to all of the other discovery issues going on in this case. I can't. Now, that was essentially the big stuff from Rosemary Scappichio's side. There was supposed to be another big bombshell because she did try to get in some more information about Proctor. And she did try to bring in one of the audios. And I will say, she did do a good job on trying to get that audio call in. However, the issue was that Krupp was like, why does this matter to Lally in particular? If Lally is saying he didn't know about Proctor's biases, and then that's it. That's kaput on the Proctor issue of it all. Other than the discovery, Lally, per Judge Krupp's ruling, couldn't make any testimony about Proctor and his racist, misogynistic, hates everyone besides himself, essentially, issue of it all. Now, there was a cross-examination. This is what happened when ADA McGee started talking. This is what happened. Everyone left. Everyone left. Everyone left. And I was like, guys, oh, what's going on? I was like, where are you going? Where did everyone go? Oh, right. Because McGee and Lally are like freaking Bobbsey twins. Okay. Do you guys remember Lally and him questioning in trial 1? That is McGee. The slow talking, the taking my time, low voice, doesn't project, mumbling. It was brutal. Brutal. And I am not going to have you guys listen to that. Abso-freaking-lutely not. Like literally Lally 2.0. And you just know in a hearing this important to have almost everyone leave. No one is near me. No one. It's me and Romy. And Adam Lally's attorney, Pat Hanley. That's it. And on the other side, you still had the witness's family. Obviously, that makes sense. But even Attorney Krowski was like, I'm leaving. I'm not staying for this crap. I'm leaving. It was so bad. I was so bad. It was so bad. No, not poor thing. Like I do this to myself, and I wanted to stay and hear everything that was going to go on. I wanted to sit it out. Okay. I wanted to do this. I needed to be there. But oh my God. And let me show you this picture that Grant got of McGee, because this is what I'm talking about. This right here. He literally had papers fall on the ground, or Grant said he put them on the ground. I don't know which one it is. All I know is that instead of picking up his papers, he started reading and questioning Lally from the ground. Just looking down and then looking back up. Looking down and then looking back up. Why don't you pick up the papers and put them on your podium? What are you doing? What? So again, I ask about the training in this office. What the is going on? What is going on here? Quite literally Lally 2.0 though. I'm not kidding, guys. I'm really not kidding. So then I had to do research on him because I'm like, who is this McGee? Who is this person? I haven't seen him before other than this case. So I did a little Googling, and of course I found stuff. I didn't find much, but I did find that at one point, and we're relating it back to the Lindsay Clancy case. Remember, Lindsay Clancy is Plymouth County, but it turns out that McGee ran to be a selectman for Duxbury. Duxbury is where the Clancy case is out of, town of Duxbury. So this was on March 17th, 2021. I didn't find anything else about Michael McGee. So I think he ran and then didn't win, I don't think. But this is what he says about himself. So again, March 17th, 2021, where he says, my name is Michael McGee, and I'm running for a position on the Duxbury Board of Selectmen. For the last decade, I have served as a prosecutor in the Norfolk County DA's office. My wife, Amanda, and I are the proud parents of 2 young girls in the Duxbury school system. We also own a rescue lab named Elvis. I am running for selectman because I want to use my life experience, legal background, and commitment to public service to help in my town. This past year, we have learned about ourselves as individuals and as a community, what is important to us, what we value, and what we yearn for as life returns to normal, because this was during the panini of it all. As your next selectman, I would support our local business community. He also says he would support the seniors, protect historic Duxbury, advocate for families and teachers. And then he also says, my door is always open. My phone is always on. I look forward to serving Duxbury and advocating for you. Huh. I always find it interesting when people run for certain positions, and this is the things that they that they say about themselves. So I'm telling you guys, he literally Lally like 2.0. So this is his headshot that I was able to find online. I can't. So his cross-examination of Lally, other than it being like very boring and everyone essentially left, the Commonwealth's response from everything that Rosemary Scappichio asked Adam Lally about was essentially to put Lally's paper trail in front of the judge and establish that Lally had, in fact, been actively requesting and turning over discovery the entire time. So remember I said earlier that McGee essentially was like a defense attorney for Lally? It's literally what he was doing, right? He's there to defend what the Commonwealth did in the Myles King case. So ADA McGee used the emails and discovery logs to walk Lally through what he requested, what he received, and what he provided to the defense. For example, the record identifies approximately 137 pages of emails between Lally and Milton Police concerning discovery. The Commonwealth's argument is that Lally was actively working to obtain discovery and turned over everything he received, essentially saying, look at the record. Lally was making the requests. He was following up. He was producing what he received. Now, yes, there were things that Lally didn't have, but look at all the efforts he actually made to obtain and disclose discovery. We know he messed up. But look at everything else he did. Don't look over there. Look over here. This is shiny. Shiny, shiny, shiny. Don't look over there. Look the other way. But obviously, that doesn't necessarily answer the defense's central question, which is what happened when Lally knew he didn't have something. The 6 search warrants are a perfect example because Lally knew there were 6. He knew he didn't have all 6 search warrants, and he still didn't escalate that problem. So when Rosemary Scappichio specifically asked Adam Lally, what do you do when a state trooper isn't complying with your discovery request? Lally said he didn't know of any specific district attorney's office policy. So that is the office's issue as a whole, as an entity. Because he's not the only ADA that has that issue. So the fight really at that point is becoming less about whether Lally ever asked for discovery and more about the steps that he took, if those steps were enough to satisfy the Commonwealth's obligation once he knew something was missing. The existence of emails showing that Lally requested discovery does not necessarily prove that the Commonwealth fulfilled its discovery obligation. It proves that he made requests, but not followed through. So now the question remains, what happened with those requests when they weren't fulfilled? Again, the 6 warrants about the cell phone data. Literally, Rosemary Scappichio, all she has to do is go, because there's going to be another hearing, remember? Lally has to come forth again. Great. You have these emails showing that Lally asked. But what did he do after? Oh, that's right. He didn't do anything. He sat on his hands. Remember, he said he essentially would just wait until a month or 2 before trial, and then he would figure out if things were missing. This is why there are so many issues with Karen Reid's discovery too, because he would just sit on his ass and do nothing. Because he thought he had a job that was 9 to 5. And now he has an attorney that works specifically in ethics and is quite literally a part of he's a commissioner of ethics. I guarantee you that attorney's telling him, yeah, that's not what your job is, buddy, old pal. I don't know what they're training you at. I don't know how Morrissey trained you or how Greg Connor trained you, but that's not what you're supposed to do. But thankfully, Judge Krupp does appear to recognize some of that too, thankfully. At the beginning of the hearing, he did frame the issue as late disclosure and then the prejudice on Myles King because of the lateness of that disclosure. And then he also wanted the parties to identify exactly what was new and why it had not been disclosed earlier. Okay. This DA's office, I swear to God, and it's only getting worse. It's like I said, guys, the more we find out, the more hair pulling it is. So, to wrap it up in layman's terms, the Commonwealth, for those of you in the back who are still thinking Greg Connor is a great candidate, and you don't understand the issues in just this case, the Commonwealth has an affirmative obligation to find, preserve, review, and disclose discoverable evidence. Everything, not some things, everything. Scappichio is arguing that Lally's process depended too heavily on asking investigators for everything and then accepting their assurances that he had everything rather than independently making the Commonwealth making sure that the Commonwealth possessed and disclosed everything it was required to disclose. So an issue, with any career, is believing that someone gave you everything without actually checking if everything was handed over to you. Because remember, Lally's position was essentially, I asked the police departments for everything. They told me they gave me everything. I relied on that. But Scappichio's response was essentially, Rule 14 doesn't say the prosecutor's job ends when he asks the police for everything. The Commonwealth has the discovery obligation. You have to chase the police if they don't give you the stuff, okay? And if they don't give you the stuff, you need to escalate it. And that's why everything about the police discovery and files, the documents, that's why it's so important. Lally acknowledged that he didn't personally go through the state police file and didn't know everything that was in it. She's done talking for the night. He also did the same for the Milton Police Department's file as well. When asked how he knew everything that he had, he answered that he just requested everything and he relied on the police, which is exactly what Rosemary Scappichio is trying to expose and is a weakness in the process. If the police had something that is discoverable, the fact that the ADA didn't personally know it existed doesn't necessarily solve the Commonwealth's problem. The defense is essentially saying, you were the prosecutor, you were responsible for discovery. How could you certify or represent that discovery was complete if you never actually knew what was in the investigator's files? And that's significant because the hearing produced examples of material that was in the investigator's possession, but apparently wasn't in Lally's possession or wasn't disclosed to the defense. To top it off, we have the issue with the suspect or witness, Michael Turner, which makes the problem that much more concrete. Lally testified that he had not seen the Turner photograph before yesterday, August 27th, 2026, which of course the defense established that photograph dated back to July 2021. So you have the police had it, Lally didn't know about it, and then the defense didn't receive it. And Turner wasn't just some random person. He was someone the investigation had identified as potentially significant because he appeared on the ring footage and was subsequently brought before the grand jury. Lally ultimately agreed that the fact Turner had been brought before the grand jury and invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege was something that should have been turned over. And when asked why it wasn't, he said, I don't have an explanation. Which is obviously much different than someone saying, oh, I didn't have the photograph. Literally what Rosemary's doing, like the goat that she is as a criminal defense attorney, she's building a chain so that there was potentially relevant evidence. The investigators had it. The prosecutor didn't know about it. The defense didn't receive it. And then Lally couldn't explain why. Obviously, we have the issue of the ring video footage, which is, again, another huge problem because it's not Lally didn't know the ring video footage was edited. The more important question here is, what did the Commonwealth actually possess? What was provided to the defense? And was the defense given the complete version of the evidence? Lally was shown that the ring video wasn't necessarily the complete video he apparently understood it to be. His response was essentially that until that moment, he thought it was the full video. Obviously, that's important because a prosecutor's understanding of evidence affects how that evidence is. Can you imagine if this went to trial and Rosemary was like, here's the full video, and showing that to a jury? Oh, gee, you mean like Karen Reed 3.0? I can't. So if Adam Lally believes the ring video footage that they received from Michael Proctor is the full video, obviously that is a fundamental issue. And if an edited or incomplete version was disclosed while the Commonwealth possessed additional footage, the defense questioned if they received complete video evidence. There can be perfectly legitimate reasons for creating a shorter clip, such as focusing on relevant portions of that surveillance footage. The issue is whether the complete video, the original video, originally existed, and the Commonwealth or its investigators possessed it because the defense was entitled to it under discovery rules. The defense received only an edited portion without knowing there was additional footage. The omitted footage could potentially have been favorable, used for impeachment, or otherwise material to the defense. We understand this because of the Canton Sallyport video footage. So if the defense is given a clip and believes it represents the complete evidence, but there is actually additional video footage that could change the interpretation of what happened, that's a discovery problem with potentially serious consequences. And that is why Scappichio keeps pushing Lally on what he knew versus what was actually in the police files. Judge Krupp is trying to figure out where that failure is, and if it's the police not providing the evidence, if it's the prosecutors not following up, or if it's the prosecutors did receive it, but then didn't produce it to Scappichio. Of course, we have the 6 search warrants that also are very important for a hell of a lot other reasons. Because according to Lally's testimony, this wasn't simply evidence he never knew existed. So it's totally different from the Turner photograph and also the video footage that he said didn't know existed at all, because he knew these warrants existed, and he says he requested them for Proctor. He says he followed up repeatedly. He says he eventually met with Proctor about getting them, and yet he still didn't get all 6. Obviously, that's much different than what we just talked about. That's why Scappichio was pressing so hard on what Lally actually did when his requests weren't being fulfilled. Because once a prosecutor knows discoverable material exists and knows he doesn't have it, the question becomes, what did you do about it? Lally essentially describes his system as, I asked the police for everything and I assumed I had everything they had. Scappichio then challenges that assumption because the evidence being uncovered now demonstrates that the assumption was not necessarily correct. So something that the defense is arguing is something closer to like the Commonwealth had a discovery obligation, and the system being used to satisfy that obligation clearly failed because material existed that the prosecutor didn't know about and the defense didn't receive. Going back to what Judge Krupp said at the very beginning of all of this is the prejudice against the defendant. In this case would be Myles King. So what difference did that failure actually make to King's ability to defend himself? If the Commonwealth accidentally failed to disclose an irrelevant piece of paperwork that had absolutely no bearing on this case, that's obviously different from failure to disclose. These are the things that is being alleged by Rosemary Scappichio. failing to disclose potentially exculpatory evidence, evidence that could impeach a witness, evidence that could alter the interpretation of the surveillance video footage, evidence concerning a potential eyewitness or someone that was an initial suspect in this case, and evidence that could have changed the defense strategy. Could you imagine if none of this came out and Myles King actually did go to trial in September 2025? Could you imagine? This is why the Turner of it all, the Ring video footage matter, all of that is simply more than just like missing evidence, okay? Because I know there are some people that are going to watch this and be like, oh, it's just missing. It's like nothing. No, there are rules for a reason. People have civil rights. There's a constitution, regardless of how you think it's being handled or not, for a reason. Can you imagine this was you or someone you cared about? So the defense's argument is not simply that Adam Lally made a mistake. The bigger argument is that the Commonwealth had an obligation to make sure that the defense received discoverable evidence and that Lally's testimony shows that his process largely depended on asking police for everything and then relying on the police to tell him that he had everything. But what we're seeing now is that there were things sitting in police files that Lally didn't know existed and that the defense didn't receive. So the question becomes, how can the Commonwealth know it has fulfilled its discovery obligation if the prosecutor never actually knows what is in the investigator's files? And that's where the Ring video footage becomes important, because if Lally thought he had the complete Ring video, but the video he had was actually edited or incomplete, that's not just a question of whether Lally personally knew it was edited. The question is whether the Commonwealth possessed additional evidence that should have been disclosed to the defense, and whether that additional material could have mattered to King's defense. Ultimately, that's why Judge Krupp keeps coming back to two things. What wasn't turned over, and what prejudice did that cause? And again, you can think what you want about this case, or Myles King, or the victim, or whatever. But this is what happens when people that work in the government, who are supposed to have checks and balances, they don't end up being checked, and thus things don't get balanced. Because what the duck? What the duck, man? So now, as we continue on with the Myles King case, you guys can fully comprehend why this is such a big deal, okay? This is a very big deal. And like I said, it may lead to this case being dismissed. And again, I can't trust what's coming out of the Commonwealth simply because, obviously, of other cases that we have dealt with, we have seen others that are ongoing now that we're seeing, like Myles King and Sandra Birchmore. But there's going to be more, guys. We're going to start seeing an influx, especially that we have CPCS. They're going to get the cases of Proctor and Canton Police Department, Sean Good. They're going to start looking into these cases. And it wouldn't shock me if we see the same exact thing for all of Adam Lally's cases too. At 16 years. Well, 16 years as of 2021, plus another 5 years, 20 plus years of cases. And guess who's going to be paying for it? All of us. Norfolk County residents and Massachusetts. I'm tired, Grandpa. I'm tired, Grandpa. Well, that's just too damn bad. That's just, oh, man. You guys, I'm glad you guys hung around to hear all that because, damn. Nikki Dorma, thank you for becoming a member for 1 month. She says, thank you, BB. Been with you for all your lives. Love you. Oh, I love you back. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging around. And Jennifer Hayes, thank you so much for the MVP. So, what's coming up next? Well, let me show you this last video I have of Rosemary Scappichio, Grant, me, Ted Daniel, and then also Channel 7 caught Rosemary as she was heading out of court yesterday. And I actually was able to edit out some of the noise in the background. Let me see. I just need to find it. I did have it preloaded, and then I guess it canceled out on us. So let me pull this up for us.
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Good. Super Proctor to show up. And what is your thought on that in terms of him actually coming in and testifying? Well, we're going to notify his lawyer that he's been ordered to be here, and we'll see what happens from whether or not he's going to comply with the court order. In terms of the recordings that you wanted to play, can you talk about those? I can talk about the recordings. They were some audio recordings that he had left on a group chat that he was involved in that entailed racist comments and jokes that he had with his friends. One of them was the comment where he said, slow roll it to an accident because it involved a black person. So what I wanted to do with that information is ask this witness, as the prosecutor in the case, had he known that Proctor held those views, would he have kept Proctor on the case? But the judge indicated that because this witness said he didn't know about these, that I couldn't ask this witness. I have to do it through my expert, which we intend to do. Will you need a subpoena for Proctor on the 14th? No, Proctor has actually already been subpoenaed. He was recognized to appear the last time he was here. So we just need to notify his lawyer of the date.
And you mentioned that your expert will be testifying at trial whether Proctor takes the stand or not.
Yes.
Is that to make sure that these texts are?
Well, that's to be able to make sure in the record there is some documentation as to what the texts actually have, what the photos are, what the voicemails are, what the emails are, and how they would have affected a person's ability to do an independent investigation. Because it's our position that once you read these, there's no way that you could ever come to a conclusion that you could have this type of explicit bias against Black and brown people, where you've dehumanized them at every turn, and then you turn around and do an independent investigation that anybody should rely on. We're saying that it's completely unreliable and that it should be thrown out from the very beginning, and that's why we're asking that the case get dismissed.
What are Michael Proctor's options for trying to fight coming to court on the 14th?
What are his options?
Does he have? Can his lawyer come in and?
His lawyer can file whatever his lawyer wants to file,
the...
but right at this point, he's a witness in this case. Our whole second supplemental motion to dismiss is about his racism. So the court has said he's relevant to these proceedings, and the court wants to find out whether or not he intends on invoking any type of Fifth Amendment privilege to prevent him from testifying in these proceedings.
Where does the Fifth Amendment issue come from?
That's up to him. I don't see a Fifth Amendment. I don't know that he has Fifth Amendment. My understanding is in the civil case, he has questions and he did not invoke his Fifth Amendment. So, he can't selectively invoke. He can't invoke in the civil case and not invoke or try to invoke in the criminal case. That's not a thing.
So, good question by Amelia in my chat. She asked, will Lally be coming back for further questioning? And will others? Yes, because we didn't get everything done yesterday with Lally, we have to continue on with this. And we also have more witnesses that both Rosemary Scappichio as well as the Commonwealth want to bring forth. So there was a filing recently where both sides put in notice of who they would like to call. It was only filed a week before this hearing. So obviously nothing was going to come out about those yet. But what I found very interesting is that Judge Krupp was firm on not only of having Lally come back to finish the questioning, because not only does ADA McGee have to ask him more questions, which is going to take forever. I'm telling you, if you guys remember Lally trial 1, that's McGee. And McGee kept telling Lally, listen, I know it's been 5 years, so take your time looking at these documents. I'm like, stop. He knows what he did. He knows what he didn't do. He doesn't need time. Like, let's get this going. This is gonna take until 2028 to wrap this crap up if you don't hurry it up. But Judge Krupp was firm on bringing back Lally so that obviously McGee could finish up, and I'm sure Rosemary Scappichio is gonna want to do redirect. So we're gonna see more on that with Lally. And then Krupp, what said literally, I want to see Proctor, because they originally set a date for September 22nd. Now I'm looking at my handwritten notes, by the way, if you guys are wondering what I'm looking at, because I take all the notes. And he set a date for September 22nd. Because apparently there was like this huge dump of data or something like that. But on top of that, Krupp was like, we need to see Proctor before the 22nd. So they set a date of the 14th, and it wasn't really super confirmed if it was 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. It probably depends on what Krupp has going on in the morning. And that's the reason why Ted Daniel and Grant were asking about Proctor's Fifth Amendment rights and all of these things. And that's why Rosemary was like, but it doesn't really matter, because if he wants to, he can try. But he just was pulled in for a deposition for the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed and Canton Bar civil lawsuit, where he did not invoke the Fifth Amendment, which then you remember the whole shenanigans about the whole second date of Proctor's deposition, that whole mess. So that is actually going to bite him in the ass in this case, because Rosemary is easily going to be like, he didn't invoke, so now he's got to talk. If he's willing to talk in a civil matter, why won't he talk in a criminal matter? I love this for him. I love this for him. So next hearing date, hopefully we finish up with Lally so that we can see Proctor, because Judge Krupp is like, nah, we're going to see him. And I'm sure some of you are also wondering if you are kind of confused by the question about Proctor being subpoenaed. Proctor has a standing subpoena in this Myles King case. He has to show he's being subpoenaed. You know, just kind of like how Colin Albert has a standing subpoena with Karen Reed in the O'Keefe versus Canton Bar Karen Reed civil lawsuit. Yeah, Proctor in this criminal Myles King case is the same. He has a standing subpoena where he has to come forward and testify. Has to. I love this for him. I so love this for him. So, whereas I know a lot of you are kind of back and forth with Judge Krupp of it all, at least he wants to see Proctor. Right? At least he's firm on the whole Proctor of it all. Thank God. So like I said, next date is September 14th at either 2 or 3 p.m. And then I believe the September 22nd hearing is going to be a full day. Oh boy, man. Yeah, guys. Yeah. It's gonna be a good one. I guarantee you all the media will be there for that one. And I'm gonna be so mad if I don't get in. I'm gonna have to get there early to make sure I get in, because I'm sure no media is gonna want to miss out on Proctor testifying. Maybe this time we can get like pool video camera footage or something. I don't know. God, it's just a disaster. So, oh, you like my camera? Thank you. Yeah, it took time and took a lot of research. We're still getting through the bumps and bruises, but thank you, Spicy Sour. Thank you so much. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions from live chat, so that was a lot. Of course, I had to do all the deep dives, but now you guys have all the info on everything regarding Myles King, specifically about Adam Lally's issues, what's to come with Proctor. You can tell he's gonna get roasted. He's gonna get roasted. If Judge Krupp is not gonna allow all of these audios and messages to come in for Adam Lally, that means they're all gonna come in for Proctor. And oh boy, it's not gonna be good for him. It's not going to be good for him. And she also wants to bring in Tully. She wants to question all of the ADAs, which Judge Krupp did slightly mention that he doesn't know if ADA Hickman should be brought in or not, because she wasn't brought in until, what was it, late 2024. But then Scappichio was like, no, that's the whole reason why she should be brought in and questioned, just to hear of that whole transition of Lally being taken off, Hickman being brought on, and what was that like? And then the questions and conversations she had with Adam Lally and everything else after that. This is just great. This is just great. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this, E-Chase? What are you saying to me? Kyle Sharkey emailed you a bunch of docs. You guys know what that means. Oh, man. I'm going to leave you on that cliffhanger because I guarantee you there's some juicy stuff there. Oh, boy. And with that being said, you'll probably see a live stream tomorrow from me, friends. Oh, man. I had other things planned for tomorrow. Oh, I'm so excited. Anyways, what do I always remind you guys? I'm sure you all know by now. Drink your water. Half of your ounces of your body weight per day, please. Keep yourself hydrated so that your organs always work effectively. But also eat your protein so that your muscles can be happy and you're able to pick things up and bend over to tie your own shoes up until you're 100 years old. Okay? Just know that I love you guys so much. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm so sorry about the muting of it all and all the things, but you know what? This is live, and this is what happens when you are on live streams. I love you guys so much. And oh man, there's so much more to come. I can't wait to read these documents. I'm going to go do that. I'm going to pour myself a glass of Sauvignon Blanc, specifically Sancerre. Oh, it's the best. Oh, it's the best. And I'll catch you guys probably tomorrow. Oh boy. Thank you again to Trial Channel and to Grant. And did I quote anyone else? I don't think so. And also Exhibit Alley for my outro. I love you guys so much. Please be kind to yourselves and one another. And I will catch you on the flip side. Bye.
They said I was a footnote, background noise, a misfit, unimportant, too loud. Funny how that turned to kismet. Me and my truth, we sit real still, no sirens, let them scream in the daylight. Truth don't need alignment. I didn't want the headline, I saw the pattern, opening my mouth made the whole room shatter. Try to keep it measured, flashing warning signs. Every time I spoke the truth, they caught it crossing lines. I stayed out of the spotlight, studied every thread, watched the story bend while they counted what I said. Never chased the platform, never begged the crowd. I was mapping all the quiet while they weaponized the loud. Not a drunk, but you can call me Boozey. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you